On the day Venezuela City erupted in celebration, the capital of the mighty Rock Empire welcomed a new generation of students to the legendary Colasio Academy. The city streets were filled with parades, music, and crowds celebrating the annual festival, but within the towering gates of the academy, another important event was unfolding: the arrival of its newest freshmen. Colasio Academy was not just any institution. It was regarded as the most prestigious academy in the world, a place where only the most talented and determined individuals could hope to enroll. For countless young people across the empire, entering its halls was the ultimate dream. Among those new students was Vikir. The academy's entrance ceremony signaled the start of a vibrant and chaotic first day. The campus, normally disciplined and orderly, had transformed into a bustling marketplace of activity. Senior students had set up stalls all across the grounds, representing the various clubs and organizations within the academy. Each stall competed fiercely for attention. Seniors enthusiastically approached every freshman walking by, pitching their clubs with persuasive smiles and enthusiastic speeches. They handed out questionnaires, pamphlets, and membership forms. Some even used clever tricks, encouraging freshmen to stamp their fingerprints as a symbolic confirmation of joining. This year, however, the competition between clubs was particularly intense. According to the seniors, the reason was simple: the incoming class was unusually talented. The academy itself was divided into two primary divisions. The first was the Ice Corps, which specialized in physical combat. Students there trained in weapon-based fighting styles, mastering swords, bows, spears, and other martial techniques. The second was the Fire Corps, where students focused on magical arts and mana manipulation. Although these were the main disciplines, every student still spent 4 years studying a wide range of knowledge, ensuring they graduated as versatile and formidable individuals. Naturally, rumors about the most promising freshmen spread quickly among the seniors. The first name everyone talked about was Tutor, a blonde prodigy from the prestigious Doniote family. His lineage was famous for their unmatched spear techniques, and he had already proven his talent by dominating the Ice Corps practical examination. Tied with him in fame was Bianca, a purple-haired archer from the renowned Usher family. Despite sharing a name with a famous singer, her reputation had nothing to do with music. The Ushers were a legendary family of master bowmen, and Bianca had demonstrated her extraordinary skill by securing the top position in the Ice Corps practical exam alongside Tutor. Both of them immediately became the most sought-after recruits among the academy's clubs. Not far behind them in the rankings were the Baskerville triplets, who had taken 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Their family name alone drew attention. The Baskervilles were known throughout the empire as the Iron Blood Swordsmen, a feared clan whose combat prowess required no introduction. Meanwhile, the Fire Corps had its own rising star. A freshman named Sinclair had captured everyone's interest. With her distinctive ash-gray hair and calm demeanor, she had dominated the Fire Corps practical examination while placing second in the theory exam. Her impressive performance marked her as one of the most powerful magic users in the incoming class. Finally, there was one name that appeared again and again in discussions: Vikir. Unlike the others, his fame came from a different achievement. He had ranked first in the academy's theory examination, making him the most academically gifted student among the freshmen. With his glasses giving him a studious appearance, he looked more like a quiet scholar than a future warrior. Unfortunately, not everyone was impressed. As Vikir walked through the crowded club stalls, he overheard groups of seniors whispering among themselves. Some dismissed him outright, assuming the top theory student would only ruin the energetic atmosphere of their clubs. Others simply ignored him, partly because his name was surprisingly common. More than 10 freshmen shared the name Vikir, making it difficult to identify who the famous test-taker actually was. Listening to their comments, Vikir could only wipe the nervous sweat from his forehead. He had intentionally abandoned the Baskerville surname when enrolling, registering as a commoner in order to avoid unnecessary attention. His goal had been to blend quietly into the academy. Yet despite his efforts, people were still talking about him. Colasio Academy was known for being far more difficult for commoners to enter compared to noble families. Vikir had believed that focusing on the written exams rather than the practical tests would help him stay unnoticed. Ironically, achieving first place in the theory exam had only made him stand out even more. Determined to avoid attracting attention, he moved cautiously through the bustling campus. But remaining inconspicuous was harder than expected, especially since the Baskerville triplets, his loyal hounds, were quietly following him nearby, keeping watch over him like devoted guardians. As he wandered through the noisy crowd, a sudden commotion erupted not far away. Excited voices filled the air as students gathered around someone, shouting in admiration. Curious, Vikir glanced toward the center of the crowd. Standing there was a young woman with flowing blonde hair, surrounded by enthusiastic students who were practically fighting for her attention. Some proudly declared themselves her biggest fans. Others even claimed they had enrolled in the academy just to see her in person. They spoke of her beauty as if it were something divine. The woman at the center of the crowd was none other than Dolores Luen-Covades. Vikir recognized her instantly. He had encountered her during his years as Night Hound. Now, she held an entirely different role. She was the Academy's revered student council president and also served as vice president of the newspaper club. Dolores looked slightly overwhelmed by the crowd surrounding her. Maintaining her gentle composure, she politely asked if anyone was interested in joining the newspaper club. But the students admitted openly that they were far more interested in her than in the club itself. Watching from the back of the crowd, Vikir felt a quiet groan rise in his mind. Of all people, she was someone he absolutely did not want to meet. He slowly began to slip away, hoping to disappear before she noticed him. Unfortunately, Dolores possessed sharp instincts. At the exact moment he turned away, her gaze shifted toward the edge of the crowd. For a brief instant, their eyes almost met. The scene later shifted to the academy dormitories. Vikir stood in front of the room that had been assigned to him. He hesitated slightly while staring at the door, still adjusting to the idea of living among ordinary students. Before he could enter, someone suddenly approached him. The boy had a bold haircut and an energetic personality that was immediately obvious. With bright enthusiasm, he asked whether Vikir was his new roommate. Without waiting for much of a response, the cheerful stranger introduced himself. His name was PG. The moment Vikir heard it, he froze in surprise. He recognized the boy immediately. In his previous life, PG had been one of the few people who had treated him with genuine kindness. Despite having little to his name, he had always been willing to share what he had with Vikir. But Vikir also remembered something else. In that past timeline, PG had eventually suffered terribly under a cruel roommate. The constant bullying and unfortunate events that followed had led to a tragic outcome. Remembering that future filled Vikir with quiet determination. This time, things would be different. As they entered the dorm room together, PG's lively personality filled the space. He cheerfully told Vikir that he could choose whichever bunk bed he preferred. Then, almost immediately, he began talking about the freshman welcome party scheduled for that evening. PG explained that attendance wasn't technically required, but nearly every freshman would be there. Socializing with classmates and seniors, he insisted, was essential for surviving the next 4 years at the academy. Vikir's response was short and blunt. "No. I'm not going." PG blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting such a cold refusal. Still, he quickly recovered, refusing to give up. Determined to persuade him, he launched into a long series of arguments. Skipping the party, he warned, would make Vikir stand out in a bad way. Seniors might target him, and other freshmen might avoid him entirely. He even began listing the famous attendees who would be present. Tudor from the Doniote family. Bianca from the Usher family. The well-known Baskerville triplets. Sancho from the Northern Mercenary Guild, who had famously rejected an offer from Van John to attend Colasio Academy instead. And of course, Sinclair, the Fire Corps prodigy who had ranked first in the Magic Tower exam. PG delivered all this information with unstoppable enthusiasm, practically drowning Vikir in details. But despite the passionate speech, Vikir remained completely unmoved. He remembered very well that PG had always been talented at gathering information, even in their previous life. Yet after hearing everything, his answer remained exactly the same. Cold. Unchanging. No. The answer came so simply that it stunned PG. For a moment he just stared, unable to process what he had heard. His eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to understand how anyone could calmly refuse an invitation that every freshman at the academy was eager to attend. The welcome party wasn't just a casual gathering. It was a chance to build connections, meet powerful nobles, and avoid becoming a target for upperclassmen. And yet Vikir had declined it as if it were nothing. PG struggled to form a response. He had expected hesitation, maybe even excuses, but not such an effortless rejection. Vikir, however, showed no concern at all. He casually waved his hand as if the matter had already been settled. With a relaxed tone, he told PG to enjoy the party and have fun before turning toward the door. The calmness of his departure left PG standing there in stunned silence. After several seconds, PG finally exhaled. A strange mixture of shock and admiration filled his expression. The composure Vikir had displayed felt almost unbelievable. One day. I'll be that cool too, PG muttered to himself with determination. Night slowly fell over the academy. The moon climbed high into the sky, bathing the city in a pale silver glow. The once lively streets grew quieter, though distant music from the Academy celebration still echoed faintly through the air. High above the city, a lone figure stood silently on a rooftop. The moonlight illuminated his silhouette as he watched the streets below. In a narrow alley beneath him, a group of rough-looking men gathered around a burning metal barrel. The flickering flames cast jagged shadows across the cracked walls while the men warmed their hands and passed the time with idle conversation. One thug leaned lazily against a bench, stretching his arms as he complained loudly. "At least it's quiet tonight," he grumbled. "I was getting sick of hearing those brats crying all day." His companions looked at him curiously. Another man scratched his head. "Yeah, speaking of that, why were there so many kids in those storage rooms anyway?" One of the thugs lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. "I heard a carriage showed up early this morning. Took them all away before sunrise." "To where?" someone asked. "Supposedly an orphanage in Quadis." The man barely finished his sentence before the thug sitting on the bench sharply interrupted him. "Hey, watch your mouth." His voice suddenly turned serious. "Curiosity kills the cat." The group fell silent for a moment. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the alley. A tall man emerged from the shadows. His presence alone was enough to make the thug stiffen. Deep scars slashed across both of his eyes, and a cruel smile twisted across his face. Two curved blades rested on his back, their hilts glinting in the firelight. The man looked at the group with open disdain. "Still gossiping like useless idiots?" he barked. "If you want to get paid for breathing, then start acting like guards." The thugs immediately lowered their heads. The man who had just arrived was Ron Battis. Most people, however, knew him by a far more terrifying nickname: the Flesh Grinder. He walked past the group slowly, his eyes filled with contempt as he mocked them. "Pathetic. Not a shred of fighting spirit among you," he sneered. "You're nothing but trash." Ron was a graduate of Colosio Academy, someone who had received proper combat training and possessed the ability to manipulate mana. Compared to him, these low-ranked mercenaries were nothing more than street dogs. As he passed them, he muttered irritably to himself. Not a single opponent worth killing in this dump. But his complaint was suddenly interrupted. From the darkness behind him, a calm voice spoke. "Are you Ron Besens?" Ron's hand instantly moved toward his sword. He assumed one of the incompetent mercenaries had foolishly dared to call his name. But when he turned around, he froze. The three thugs he had been yelling at moments earlier were now lying unconscious beside the fire barrel. Their bodies had collapsed silently, as if someone had switched them off. Ron's eyes narrowed. The voice spoke again. "Ron Humberbadison." This time the tone carried something colder. "4 years ago, you slaughtered a neighboring family and used their blood as a sacrifice to form a contract with a demon." Ron's heartbeat quickened. The voice continued, calmly reciting his crimes. "After that, you joined the Northern Guild Association and began feeding information to your demonic master." Ron's confidence began to crack. The stranger in the shadows knew too much. "And during your time as a guard for the allied forces of mankind," the voice continued, "you betrayed your own comrades. You used a hand mirror to signal the enemy and reveal the location of the platoon's camp." The implication was clear. That signal led directly to their massacre. Ron clenched his teeth. "Enough," he shouted. "Stop hiding and show yourself." The voice answered calmly. "Very well." A figure stepped out of the shadows. Vikir. He wore the dark attire of an assassin, his presence almost blending with the night itself. Before Ron could react, Vikir appeared directly behind him. Ron's instincts exploded into action. He spun around instantly, swinging both of his twin blades with full force. For a brief moment, he thought he had landed a successful strike. But something felt wrong. Far too easy. Then the pain arrived. Both of Ron's arms suddenly fell to the ground. They had been severed cleanly at the shoulders. For a split second he didn't understand what had happened. Then blood erupted from the wounds as agony tore through his body. Ron collapsed to the ground screaming. Behind him stood Vikir, perfectly calm. In his hand rested the blade Beelzebub, already returned to its sheath as if the attack had never happened. Ron cried desperately for mercy, his voice shaking with fear. Vikir grabbed him by the hair and forced him to look up. "Tell me about your demon contract," he said coldly. Ron trembled violently. I don't know anything about the Allied forces." Vikir's reply was chilling. "Of course you don't." He leaned closer. "It hasn't happened yet." Ron's eyes widened in horror. Before he could say anything else, his face suddenly twisted unnaturally. His head began swelling grotesquely. A second later, it exploded. Blood and fragments scattered across the alley. Vikir sighed quietly. "Another one." He pulled out a worn notebook from his coat. Several names filled its pages. Some had been crossed out with thick black ink. Others were marked with dried blood. Vikir added a new name. Ron Humberbad Ison. He drew a line through it. Third in a row. The notebook was something Vikir had created using the memories of his previous life, combined with investigations conducted alongside Cindy. It contained the identities of every known demon worshipper who had betrayed humanity before the world's fall. The list had only one purpose: elimination. Yet every time he tried to interrogate one of them, the same thing happened. Their heads exploded before they could reveal anything important. Vikir concluded that the contracts they formed with demons contained some kind of self-destruct mechanism, likely tied to one of the 10 elite demons currently hiding somewhere in the capital. Later that night, the solemn bell of a distant church echoed across the city. With each chime, the sound of steel slicing through flesh followed in the darkness. Inside an unremarkable building, Vikir stood alone on a balcony. Blood dripped slowly from his blades. Behind him, 29 corpses lay scattered across the floor. The walls and ceiling were splattered with crimson, silent witnesses to the brutal battle that had taken place. Vikir absorbed Beelzebub back into his hand and glanced at the notebook again. Despite killing dozens of demon worshippers tonight, he had learned nothing about the elite demons themselves. This war, he realized, would take time. Crossing out the latest names with his pen, he sighed quietly. He hadn't expected miracles on the first day. Still, the lack of progress was frustrating. But giving up was never an option. Eventually, Vikir leapt across the rooftops of Venisur City, moving silently through the night. When he returned to the academy grounds, he landed lightly on the branch of a tall tree overlooking the brightly lit hall. Inside, the freshman welcome party was still in full swing. Music, laughter, and voices poured from the windows. Vikir brushed the dust from his clothes and quietly put his glasses back on, returning to his harmless scholarly disguise. After watching the party for a moment, he sighed softly. Maybe I should stop by after all. The freshman welcome party was in full swing. The large hall overflowed with energy as laughter, music, and lively chatter filled the air. Groups of new students moved from table to table, introducing themselves, sharing drinks, and eagerly trying the wide selection of food laid out across the long buffet tables. Plates were constantly being refilled while hungry freshmen attacked the feast like warriors after a long campaign. Near one side of the hall, the Baskerville triplets had already drawn a crowd. Massive mugs of beer were lined up in front of them, and one after another they emptied the mugs in powerful gulps. Every time a mug slammed down onto the table, the surrounding students erupted in cheers and disbelief. Few people could match their ridiculous tolerance for alcohol, and the triplets clearly enjoyed the attention. Elsewhere in the room, another spectacle had formed. Dolores stood surrounded by a sea of enthusiastic admirers. Students pushed closer and closer, each trying to outdo the others with exaggerated declarations of loyalty and admiration. Some claimed they had joined the academy just to see her, while others boldly proclaimed their devotion as if pledging allegiance to royalty. Dolores handled the overwhelming attention with her usual gentle composure, though the endless praise clearly left her slightly flustered. Not far away stood Tudor. The handsome blonde heir from the Doniote family leaned casually against a table while several girls hovered around him, laughing at everything he said. His relaxed charm made him the center of attention, and he seemed completely comfortable in the role. Across the hall, Bianca maintained a very different presence. With calm precision and quiet grace, she poured wine for several senior students, offering the glasses with respectful bows. Her movements were elegant and controlled, reflecting the disciplined upbringing of the renowned Usher family. Watching everything from the quieter edge of the hall was Vikir. He stood slightly apart from the main crowd, observing the party with sharp, calculating eyes. Among the many unfamiliar faces, he quickly recognized two people he had not expected to encounter so early: Tudor and Bianca. In his previous life, these two had been among the greatest heroes humanity produced during the catastrophe that later consumed the world. Tudor, descendant of the legendary Azure Spearman family, had commanded the front lines with unmatched courage. His spear had carved through demon ranks like a storm. Bianca, heir of the mystical archer lineage, had been equally terrifying in battle. Her arrows had struck down countless demons from impossible distances. Yet now they were simply freshmen. Laughing, socializing, and enjoying the party without the slightest awareness of the enormous destinies awaiting them. A faint smile touched Vikir's lips as he continued scanning the hall. More familiar faces appeared among the crowd, individuals who would one day stand beside humanity's strongest defenders. Seeing them like this felt strangely unreal. For a moment he wondered if another important figure might also be somewhere in the room. Camus Morgue. While Vikir was lost in thought, trouble was quietly unfolding across the hall. PG stood surrounded by a group of older students. The timid boy looked extremely uncomfortable as the seniors crowded around him, their expressions full of amusement. One of them insisted that PG sing a song for everyone. PG shook his head nervously, trying to refuse. But the seniors were clearly not interested in his answer. One of the female seniors stepped forward with a large ceramic jug in her hands. The container was enormous, filled with a strong mix of alcohol. She placed it directly in front of PG. "If you don't want to sing," she said with a mocking smile, "then finish this in one go." PG stared at the jug in horror. Tears immediately gathered in his eyes as he tried to protest. How could anyone drink that much?" PG suddenly gagged and vomited onto the floor. The seniors exploded with laughter. Instead of showing concern, they pointed at him and shouted insults. "Disgusting! Look at him!" Within seconds they had already given him a humiliating nickname. Vomit Pig. PG stood there trembling, tears streaming down his face as humiliation crushed him. Then a shadow moved. Without making a sound, Vikir stepped forward. He removed his cloak and calmly swept it across the floor, covering the mess and blocking the cruel stares directed at PG. The seniors froze in surprise. They stared at the quiet boy in glasses who had suddenly interfered. "Who the hell is this guy?" one of them muttered. Vikir didn't answer. He simply stood there, straight and unmoving. Despite his ordinary appearance, an unexplainable pressure radiated from him, silencing the mocking crowd. For PG, it felt like someone had suddenly thrown him a lifeline. His vision blurred as he looked at Vikir. His savior had appeared. Vikir glanced at him briefly, his expression unreadable. Inside his mind, however, memories surfaced. In the previous timeline, PG had not survived life at the academy. The endless bullying eventually forced him to drop out. Later he lived a difficult life working as a low-ranking government official while supporting his aging parents. But when the world collapsed, PG had still volunteered to fight. Despite his weak body, his brilliant mind had helped humanity survive countless desperate battles. His strategies had saved thousands of lives, including Vikir's. PG was one of the very few people Vikir had ever considered a true friend. Seeing him humiliated like this stirred something cold and dangerous within him. "Go back to the dorm," Vikir said quietly. "I'll handle this." PG hesitated. Before he could move, one of the seniors stepped forward and grabbed Vikir by the shoulder. "Are you stupid?" the senior sneered. Without warning, he slapped Vikir across the face. Once. Then again. And again. Each strike echoed through the hall as the senior mocked him for trying to act brave. At that moment, the Baskerville triplets arrived. Their eyes instantly locked onto the scene. The moment they saw their master being struck, their expressions changed completely. A murderous intensity filled their gaze. They were ready to tear the seniors apart. But before they could move, Vikir pushed his glasses slightly upward. His eyes met theirs. Cold. Sharp. Silent. The triplets immediately froze. They remembered his warning. If they revealed his true identity inside the academy, they would die. The tension was broken when the female senior stepped forward again. "All right, that's enough," she said casually. Turning toward Vikir, she giggled mischievously. "How about this? Let's make it fair." She pointed to the massive jug of alcohol still sitting on the table. "If you finish that entire jug, we'll let both of you go." PG immediately shook his head. "No. Don't do it. This is my problem." Vikir ignored him. Without hesitation, he picked up the jug. The hall fell silent. Then he began drinking. The mixture inside was incredibly strong, a brutal combination of vodka and rum that could knock out even experienced drinkers. But Vikir swallowed it as if it were water. One gulp after another. The female senior watched confidently at first, convinced no one could survive such a drink. But as the jug continued to empty, her confident smile slowly vanished. Shock replaced it. The other seniors stared in disbelief. Finally, Vikir lowered the empty jug and placed it on the table with a dull thud. He wiped his mouth calmly. Then he grabbed PG by the arm. "Let's go." He turned toward the exit and added a single casual word. "Bye." They began walking away. But the senior who had slapped Vikir earlier suddenly grabbed his shoulder again. That was a mistake. The instant his hand touched Vikir, the atmosphere changed. A suffocating pressure flooded the room. It felt cold. Heavy. Overwhelming. The entire hall froze. Students who had been laughing moments earlier suddenly struggled to breathe. Even Tudor and Bianca felt it immediately. Their instincts screamed danger. Both of them nearly buckled under the invisible weight pressing down on the room. Something terrifying had just awakened. Vikir slowly turned his head toward the senior who had grabbed him. His eyes glowed faintly with a cold, predatory light, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Do you want something else?" he asked. His voice was quiet, but it carried a sharp edge that cut through the silence. The senior's bravado collapsed instantly. Moments earlier he had been laughing and striking Vikir across the face. Now his body trembled uncontrollably. His lips parted as if he wanted to speak, yet no words came out. His mind had gone completely blank under the crushing pressure emanating from the young freshman. Before the situation could escalate further, another presence entered the hall. "What's happening here?" The voice was calm, but it carried unmistakable authority. Dolores had arrived. The moment she stepped into the scene, the attention of the entire room shifted toward her. Students parted instinctively, creating a path as she approached the center of the commotion. Almost instantly, the suffocating aura that had filled the hall vanished. The seniors scrambled to regain their composure. One of them quickly stepped forward, forcing an awkward smile. "It's nothing serious," he said hurriedly. "A freshman got drunk and threw up. We were just cleaning things up." Dolores' eyes narrowed slightly. She examined the room carefully, her sharp gaze lingering on the nervous seniors and the scattered crowd. It was obvious she wasn't convinced by the explanation. "Freshmen are guests of the academy," she said firmly. "You should remember that. How they are treated reflects on all of us." Her tone was polite, yet the warning behind her words was unmistakable. No one dared argue. While everyone's attention remained fixed on Dolores, Vikir quietly took the opportunity to leave. He supported PG, who was still shaken and unsteady, and guided him toward the exit. Neither of them looked back. Near the edge of the hall, the Baskerville triplets had witnessed everything. The moment Vikir passed by them, the three exchanged glances filled with admiration. Without speaking, they raised their thumbs in unison. "Cool," they whispered together. Meanwhile, two other students stood watching the doorway long after Vikir had disappeared. Tudor and Bianca. Both of them remained silent, staring thoughtfully in the direction he had gone. They had clearly felt the strange pressure that had flooded the room moments earlier. The sensation had been so intense that their instincts had screamed for them to retreat. Now they questioned whether they had imagined it. Could such a terrifying aura really have come from an ordinary freshman? Before they could reach any conclusion, another figure stepped between them. A girl with striking white hair. Sinclair. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a faint blush colored her cheeks as she stared toward the exit where Vikir had left. The prodigy of the Ice Corps. She had ranked first in the practical examination and second in the theoretical tests, earning a reputation even before the semester officially began. Watching Vikir disappear into the corridor, Sinclair smiled softly. "Interesting," she murmured to herself. She had found someone worth paying attention to. The following day, the academy returned to its normal routine. Students from both the Ice Corps and Fire Corps gathered for their shared classes. The system deliberately placed the two groups together to encourage rivalry and push them to compete for academic superiority. Competition was at the core of the academy's philosophy. In one of the lecture halls, a man stood at the front of the room finishing his lesson. Professor Vinci Morgue. A member of the distinguished Morgue family and an expert in combat theory. He closed his thick book with a sharp thud, signaling the end of his lecture on the cultural structures of the barbarian tribes. The classroom immediately fell silent. Professor Morgue slowly scanned the rows of students with piercing eyes before posing a question. Based on the historical clashes between the Empire and the barbarian tribes, where do you believe their primary stronghold is located? No one answered. Students avoided eye contact, pretending to review their notes or stare at their desks. Even Tudor, who had ranked first in the Ice Corps practical examination, struggled to respond. He flipped through his notebook, recalling records of battles between the Empire and barbarian forces in the southern regions, particularly in the Highland territories during the late 19th century. However, identifying the exact location of a stronghold was far more difficult. Bianca faced the same problem. She knew that most recorded clashes had occurred in lower altitude areas, likely in valleys or trough-like formations. Yet that information alone wasn't enough to determine a precise location. Before either of them could speak, a hand shot up from the Fire Corps section. Sinclair. She raised her arm confidently, her bright energy instantly drawing the attention of the entire class. "I'll answer," she declared enthusiastically. Professor Morgue recognized her immediately. As the top practical scorer and second-ranked theoretical student of the Fire Corps, she had already made an impression. He nodded for her to continue. Sinclair stood up, her explanation flowing smoothly and confidently. According to the Academy's military records, she explained, the Empire's major engagements with barbarian tribes had occurred in several highland regions, specifically locations labeled 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. With the exception of Highland 8, which was positioned on a mountain peak, nearly all of these battlefields were located in lower terrain. Valleys. Natural troughs. Using this pattern, Sinclair concluded that the barbarian tribe's main stronghold was most likely hidden in a similarly low-altitude region, where terrain could provide natural protection and concealment. Her reasoning was clear and precise. The classroom murmured with quiet admiration. Yet one student seemed completely unaffected by the discussion. Seated one row behind Sinclair was Vikir. His eyes were closed. PG, sitting beside him, glanced nervously in his direction. From the outside it looked as if Vikir had fallen asleep during the lecture. But that assumption couldn't have been further from the truth. Behind his closed eyes, Vikir's mind was racing. The events of the previous night replayed repeatedly in his thoughts. The 29 demon worshippers he had eliminated all shared two disturbing characteristics. First, their bodies carried the unmistakable stench of demonic influence. Second, each of them had died in the same grotesque way, their faces exploding just before death. The pattern was too precise to be coincidence. Vikir concluded that the phenomenon must be connected to the abilities of a high-ranking demon hiding somewhere within the capital. There was only one location that fit the circumstances. If his theory was correct, the demon's influence was spreading from there. To confirm his suspicions, Vikir decided he would need assistance. Cindy would be the best person to help investigate. While he remained deep in thought, PG leaned closer and lightly tapped his shoulder. Vikir slowly opened his eyes. Immediately he realized something was wrong. The entire class was staring at him. At the front of the room, Professor Morg looked furious. "You," the professor said sharply. His voice carried obvious contempt. "So the Ice Corps sends students who sleep through the first lecture of the semester." Several students shifted uncomfortably. The insult toward the Ice Corps was deliberate. Vikir calmly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "I wasn't sleeping," he replied. The response stunned the room. Even PG blinked in surprise. Professor Morg's expression darkened. "What's your name?" he demanded. "Vikir." "Well, Vikir," the professor continued coldly, "everyone here saw your eyes closed." Vikir met his gaze without hesitation. "My eyes were closed," he said calmly. "But that doesn't mean I was asleep." The audacity of the reply silenced the classroom. Professor Morg's jaw tightened. After a moment, he admitted stiffly, "Perhaps I spoke too quickly." Vikir gave a small nod. "That's understandable." The casual response only irritated the professor further. Realizing he couldn't shake Vikir's composure through insults alone, Professor Morg changed tactics. "Since Sinclair answered correctly," he announced, "the Fire Corps earns 1 point." Then his eyes locked onto Vikir again. "I have a proposal." His tone carried a hint of challenge. "If you can answer my next question correctly, the Ice Corps will receive a point." A faint smirk appeared on his face. "But if you fail, the Ice Corps will lose points instead." Murmurs spread across the room. "That's unfair," Vikir replied calmly. Professor Morg ignored the objection. He had already decided. "Tell me," the professor said, "where did the Empire clash with the Balak tribe? Based on that information, determine the likely location of their stronghold." Sinclair's eyes widened. She knew exactly how difficult that question was. The Balak tribe was infamous for being nearly impossible to track. Reliable records about them were incredibly rare. In other words, the professor had just asked a question that almost no student could possibly answer. Bianca sat rigidly in her seat, barely hiding the irritation burning inside her. Her gaze drifted toward Vikir with thinly veiled hostility. In her mind, his behavior was nothing short of reckless. From her perspective, his arrogant response to Professor Morg had placed the entire Ice Corps in danger of losing points. "Idiot," she muttered silently to herself. If he answered incorrectly, the embarrassment would fall on all of them. Meanwhile, Vikir seemed completely unaffected by the tension filling the classroom. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. But he wasn't avoiding the situation. Instead, memory surfaced in his mind with startling clarity. He saw a wide-open night sky illuminated by countless stars. In the middle of a vast wilderness, a large campfire crackled as flames danced wildly in the wind. Around it stood members of the Balak tribe, their loud laughter echoing across the plains. They held roasted meat in their hands while celebrating beneath the night sky. To the rest of the world, the Balak were merely a mysterious barbarian tribe hidden in distant territories. But to Vikir, they were something more. Those people had been his companions. His family. He had lived among them, shared their food, their laughter, their battles. The warmth of those memories briefly softened his usually cold expression. A faint, nostalgic smile appeared on his lips. Then he opened his eyes. His voice rang out calmly across the classroom. Vikir began describing the series of military clashes between the Empire and the Balak tribe in precise detail. He listed the locations where their forces had met in battle and carefully analyzed the geographic patterns behind those conflicts. From those patterns, he logically deduced where the tribe's stronghold must have been located. His explanation was thorough and methodical. Every detail aligned perfectly with historical military records and strategic reasoning. By the time he finished speaking, the entire classroom had fallen silent. Students exchanged stunned glances. None of them could understand how Vikir had delivered such an extraordinary answer so effortlessly. Even PG sat frozen beside him, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Professor Morg, who had fully expected to humiliate the student, found himself unable to speak for several seconds. The answer was flawless. In fact, it matched a theoretical hypothesis that had been proposed in an unpublished academic thesis, one that had not yet been confirmed by historians or military scholars. "How?" the professor murmured under his breath. His curiosity was growing rapidly. There was no reasonable explanation for how a mere student could possess knowledge that accurate, as if he had personally witnessed those events. Of course, the truth was far more complicated. Vikir had carefully considered the consequences before speaking. He knew that after the Alman incident, the Balak tribe had already relocated their stronghold. Revealing the location of their former base would not disrupt future events. To the rest of the class, however, his answer appeared almost miraculous. Professor Morg studied him carefully. Then something suddenly clicked in his mind. He remembered that a student named Vikir had recently achieved the highest score in the Academy's theory examination. His expression changed slightly. Perhaps impressed, perhaps slightly irritated. In recognition of that answer, Professor Morg announced, "Vikir receives 10 points." A few students gasped quietly. "And the Ice Corps will receive 1 additional point." However, the professor wasn't willing to let the situation end there. Adjusting his glasses with a smug expression, he added another statement. "However, closing your eyes during my lecture is unacceptable behavior." The classroom tensed again. "For that reason," he continued calmly, "I will deduct 10 points from you personally." His tone made it clear that he intended to humble the student who had challenged him. Vikir simply nodded. He didn't argue. Across the classroom, Sinclair was still staring at him. Her eyes followed him with growing fascination. Earlier she had barely noticed him. The name Vikir was common enough that it hadn't caught her attention. But now, seeing him more clearly as sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, she realized something. Despite his deliberately plain appearance and nerdy disguise, there was something about him that couldn't be hidden. His presence. His composure. His aura. There was something extraordinary about him. Elsewhere in the room, Tudor had also taken notice. Leaning casually against his desk, he observed Vikir with a faint smirk. So this was the student who had ranked first in theory. Tudor acknowledged the intelligence, but his mind quickly shifted to something else. Academic knowledge was one thing. But real strength revealed itself during combat training. He wondered if Vikir would be just as impressive when the practical lessons began. Soon the classroom filled with whispers. Some students were openly impressed by Vikir's brilliant answer. Others were less charitable. To them, he was nothing more than an arrogant bookworm who had nearly caused the Ice Corps to lose points. A few even felt irritated enough to consider putting the quiet nerd in his place later. Later that day, the scene shifted to a massive training field on the academy grounds. Students had gathered for a competitive match of run flat. The sport resembled football but had its own distinct rules. Each team consisted of 20 players, and the objective was to carry a specially designed ball into the opponent's goal zone. Mana usage and weapons were strictly forbidden. Aside from that, almost anything was allowed. The moment the match began, Tudor immediately became the center of attention. With explosive force, he stomped his foot against the ground and burst forward. The impact alone seemed powerful enough to shake the field. He smashed straight through the opposing defensive line like a charging beast, clutching the ball as he bulldozed his way forward. His speed and physical strength left the spectators stunned. "I'm the best at run flat," he shouted confidently as he sprinted down the field. Cheers erupted from the stands. Several girls watching the game squealed with excitement. "He's so strong. And so handsome." Tudor basked in the attention as he rushed toward the goal. Not everyone was impressed, however. Nearby, Bianca watched the display with clear annoyance. She rolled her eyes. "Barbaric," she muttered quietly. Just as Tudor closed in on the goalpost, 3 figures stepped directly into his path. The Baskerville triplets. Notorious throughout the academy as the troublemaking sons of the Iron Blood swordsman family. They spread out in formation, blocking his path with confident grins. "You arrogant bastard," one of them taunted. Their stance made it clear they intended to stop him. To their surprise, Tudor didn't look intimidated at all. In fact, his expression brightened with excitement. Instead of crashing into them head-on, he suddenly shifted direction. With swift, agile movements, he slipped past the first two triplets in a blur of motion, leaving them momentarily stunned. But just as he approached the goal, the final triplet stepped forward, cutting off his path. "Hand over the ball," he demanded. Tutor didn't respond. A confident smirk spread across his face. Then he raised his left hand. A brilliant blue light suddenly ignited around it, radiating with intense energy. Tutor's left hand blazed with a vivid blue glow. Without slowing down, he drove his fist forward and slammed it into the stomach of the triplet blocking his path. The strike exploded with force, resembling the impact of a powerful aura attack even though the rules clearly forbade the use of mana. The triplet's body lifted off the ground instantly. He was hurled backward several meters before crashing hard onto the field, curling up in pain as the breath was knocked from his lungs. Tutor barely spared him another glance. "Trying to face three of them head-on," he muttered under his breath as he continued running. "That would have been a waste." He brushed off the encounter like it was nothing and sprinted toward the goal again. Students watching from the sidelines were left stunned. Not only had Tutor shattered the triplet's defense with ease, he had done it without drawing a weapon or using mana. Whispers began spreading rapidly among the crowd. "That's insane. He really is a run-flat prodigy. This is exactly what you'd expect from the Ice Corps." Tutor's reputation only grew with every step he took across the field. As he charged toward the goal, his thoughts drifted to something else entirely. To him, academic knowledge meant very little. Memorizing theories, reading books, studying strategies, none of that mattered on the battlefield. Strength was the only thing that truly decided victory. If you were strong enough, nothing else mattered. With that mindset, Tutor pushed forward confidently toward the end zone. But just as he approached the goal, someone stepped into his path. The entire crowd fell silent. Standing alone between Tutor and the goalpost was Vikir. Tutor slowed down slightly and narrowed his eyes. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, half amused and half irritated. The opponent standing before him was the same quiet student who had talked back to Professor Morg earlier that morning. The one everyone thought was just another bookish nerd. Yet something about Vikir's posture was strange. He stood there calmly, neither defensive nor aggressive, as if the charging powerhouse in front of him posed no threat at all. For a moment, even Tutor felt a faint sense of unease. Meanwhile, Vikir had already noticed Tutor rushing toward him. At first, he had planned to simply step aside and allow Tutor to score. Stopping him didn't seem worth the effort. But instead of aiming for the goal, Tutor suddenly changed direction. His trajectory shifted directly toward Vikir. A mischievous grin spread across Tutor's face. In his mind, the situation was simple. This scrawny little intellectual clearly spent too much time buried in books. A proper body check would probably remind him that physical strength mattered more than theory. Time to fix that, Tutor thought. He accelerated. Charging forward at full speed, he lowered his shoulder and aimed straight for Vikir. Yet Vikir didn't move. He didn't dodge. He didn't brace himself. He simply stood there, completely still. The next instant, the collision happened. Tutor slammed into him with the force of a speeding vehicle crashing into a wall. The result stunned everyone. Vikir remained perfectly rooted to the ground, as if he had been carved from stone. The impact rebounded entirely onto Tutor. The massive force sent him flying backward through the air before he crashed heavily onto the field. A wave of gasps swept across the crowd. Tutor lay sprawled on the ground, unmoving. His face had turned pale, and beads of sweat formed across his forehead. Even Bianca and Sinclair, who were watching from the stands, stared in disbelief. Neither of them could understand what had just happened. Vikir slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Seeing Tutor lying flat on the ground, he frowned slightly. Why did that blonde guy run straight into me, he wondered quietly. For a moment, he had actually considered stepping aside. But in the end, he had simply remained where he was. Still confused by Tutor's strange decision, Vikir decided to make the situation a little more entertaining. Suddenly he groaned loudly. Then he dramatically collapsed onto the ground, clutching his side as if he had been severely injured. The spectators watched the scene in utter confusion. On one side of the field, Vikir was rolling slightly as if in pain. On the other side, Tutor remained completely unconscious. The contrast made the situation look almost absurd. A few moments later, Tutor's eyes finally snapped open. He was immediately surrounded by worried teammates asking if he was all right, but their voices sounded distant and muffled to him. His mind struggled to catch up with reality. The last thing he remembered clearly was charging toward Vikir. Everything after the moment of impact was blank. Slowly sitting up, he turned his head. His gaze locked onto Vikir, who was now calmly brushing dust off his clothes. Tutor's eyes widened. How? The thought echoed in his mind repeatedly. How could someone like that knock him out? Tutor Don Quixote. The run-flat prodigy. The pride of the Ice Corps. Yet the supposed nerd standing there didn't even have a single scratch on his body. The more Tutor thought about it, the less sense it made. Determined to uncover the truth, he made up his mind. He would test it again. When the match resumed, the ball soon returned to Tutor's hands. This time, however, he wasn't thinking about scoring. His focus was fixed entirely on one person. Vikir. As Tutor started moving across the field again, the Baskerville triplets immediately stepped forward. Positioning themselves around Vikir, they formed a protective barrier in front of their master. While the chaos unfolded across the field, Vikir remained near the back line, quietly watching the match. His posture was relaxed, as if he were merely observing a casual practice rather than a heated competition. From the stands, Bianca and Sinclair exchanged puzzled looks. Tutor's behavior no longer made sense. Instead of heading straight for the goal like any rational player would, he had once again turned toward the Baskerville triplets and Vikir, ignoring the desperate shouts of his own teammates who were urging him to score. Tutor, however, seemed completely focused on a different objective. With the ball gripped firmly in his hands, he charged forward once more. Seeing him approach, the Baskerville triplets stepped up again, eager to redeem themselves after their earlier humiliation. "You're not getting past us this time, Tutor," one of them shouted confidently as they spread out to block his path. But their determination wasn't enough. Tutor moved with explosive speed. With a quick shift of his body, he slipped past the first two triplets effortlessly, leaving them momentarily frozen in shock. Clutching the ball tightly against his side, he pushed forward without slowing down. His eyes were locked on a single target. Vikir. The spectators grew tense. Everyone wondered if the bizarre scene from earlier was about to repeat itself. This time, however, Tutor looked far more serious. His focus sharpened, and the playful arrogance from before disappeared. What had started as a simple game had now turned into something personal. His gaze burned with determination. Then he activated a technique. Drawing upon the secret run-flat skill of the Azure Spearman family, Tutor unleashed his clan's renowned move. Saint Spear Tackle. In that instant, a phantom figure seemed to appear behind him. The silhouette of a spectral knight formed in the air, wielding a radiant lance that gleamed with ethereal light. Tutor's entire body seemed to surge with power as his eyes glowed a piercing shade of blue. The overwhelming force of the technique sent a ripple of tension through the crowd. Even those watching from a distance could feel the intensity of the charge aimed directly at Vikir. Yet Vikir himself remained completely calm. The sunlight reflected faintly off the lenses of his glasses as he watched Tutor rushing toward him. His expression didn't change. He looked less like someone facing a charging opponent and more like a student quietly observing an experiment. The distance between them closed rapidly. Then the moment of impact arrived. And the scene abruptly cut. When the view returned, the result was strangely familiar. Tutor was lying flat on the ground again. His body was sprawled in the same lifeless pose as before, as though someone had simply dropped him there. Standing nearby was a scar-faced student with gray hair, who stared down at him while shaking his head in disbelief. "You're awake again?" the student asked dryly. Tutor suddenly jolted upright. His face was filled with confusion. "What just happened?" he muttered, rubbing his head. "Did I faint again?" Still dazed, he struggled to recall the moment of impact. Beside him stood a large, muscular student who calmly explained the situation. "Sancho Barataria. You used your family's strongest technique," Sancho said evenly. Charged straight at Vikir at full speed, and bounced off him again. The surrounding students fell silent. They had witnessed everything clearly. Even Tutor's most powerful move had failed to affect Vikir. Sancho adjusted the headband tied around his forehead, his expression slowly becoming serious. "I see now," he said quietly. "That guy? Vikir, he's hiding something." He clenched his fist slightly. "And I'm not going to sit here and watch my friend get knocked out twice." Sancho wasn't an ordinary student. He had transferred to the academy from the Northern Mercenary Guild Association, a place where survival depended on raw strength and combat experience. His towering physique and monstrous physical power had made him infamous even before arriving here. In fact, his strength was considered so overwhelming that he had often been restricted from competing within his own age group back home. Compared to the brutal battles of the Northern Lands, a run-flat match at the academy should have been trivial for someone like him. But after watching Vikir casually neutralize Tutor twice, he could no longer remain a spectator. Stepping onto the field, Sancho picked up the ball with one hand. The sunlight glinted across his massive shoulders as he spoke loudly, almost as if narrating his own legend. "In the frozen lands of the north," he declared, "even newborns and the elderly fight to survive. It's in our blood. We are all warriors. The Baskerville triplets immediately realized the situation had become dangerous. Once again, they positioned themselves in front of Vikir. For the third time, they prepared to protect their master. "This time we won't fail," one of them whispered nervously. "Third time's the charm." But Sancho had no interest in agility or fancy footwork. He moved like a charging beast. Storming forward with unstoppable momentum, he swung his massive arm outward in a brutal clothesline attack. The impact was devastating. In a single sweeping motion, all three triplets were knocked into the air as if they weighed nothing. They flew across the field like ragdolls. While tumbling through the air, the triplets began shouting in panic. "Master, we're sorry. Please don't kill us." Tears streamed down their faces as they sailed helplessly across the sky before crashing onto the ground with heavy thuds. For the first time, Vikir's calm expression cracked slightly. Behind his glasses, his eyes flashed with a faint red glow. His voice dropped to a quiet, dangerous whisper. "Do you want to die?" The triplets could only continue crying as they lay sprawled across the field. Sancho, however, paid no attention to them. Having cleared the path, he focused entirely on Vikir. Like a raging bull, he charged straight toward him. His expression carried the same fierce determination Tudor had shown earlier. But unlike Tudor, Sancho's strength was on an entirely different level. His goal was simple. He would force Vikir to reveal the secret he was hiding. No matter what it took. The tension across the field reached its peak. Spectators leaned forward, barely breathing as they watched the confrontation unfold. An unstoppable force against an immovable object. As Sancho rushed forward at full speed, the entire field seemed to hold its breath. Just a few steps away from Vikir, the giant mercenary raised his arm high into the air. He intended to strike with everything he had. Then, with a thunderous impact, Sancho's fist slammed directly into Vikir's stomach. A loud bang echoed across the field. But the result was not what anyone expected. Vikir didn't move. Not even an inch. Instead, Sancho felt something terrifying. It was as if his fist had collided with an immovable mountain. The dense, unyielding strength hidden within Vikir's body sent a violent shock through Sancho's arm. His muscles trembled from the impact. Sancho Barataria, a man known for overwhelming physical strength, stared in complete disbelief. Sancho pushed harder, pouring more strength into his strike. Yet no matter how much power he used, Vikir didn't move even a fraction. It was as if Sancho's fist had collided with an ancient stone monument rather than a human body. For a moment, Vikir considered how the situation must look to everyone watching. If he simply stood there unharmed, it would only attract unnecessary attention. So he decided to play along. With a deliberate motion, Vikir suddenly leaped backward as though the blow had finally forced him away. His boots scraped violently across the ground, carving long skid marks into the dirt before he crashed onto the field dramatically, much like the Baskerville triplets had earlier. The reaction from the crowd was immediate. Gasps and cheers erupted throughout the stands. From their perspective, Sancho's strike had been powerful enough to send Vikir flying. Some spectators assumed he had been knocked unconscious. Others wondered if he had even survived such a brutal hit. Sancho, however, knew the truth. His arm was still trembling from the impact. He stared down at his own shaking hand, trying to understand what he had just felt. "That wasn't normal," he muttered quietly. The memory of that solid, immovable resistance still lingered in his muscles. "What is he?" Sancho whispered to himself. For the first time, he began to question whether Vikir was even human. Lost in those thoughts, Sancho didn't notice one of the Baskerville triplets creeping up behind him. Taking advantage of the distraction, the triplet quickly snatched the ball from Sancho's grasp and dashed toward the goalpost with surprising speed. The spectators erupted with excitement as the sudden play unfolded. Moments later, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match was over. Class B had won. Students rushed onto the field, cheering and congratulating the triplets for their clever maneuver that secured the final point. Meanwhile, Vikir slowly pushed himself up from the ground, brushing dirt from his clothes after his exaggerated fall. Just as he finished standing, something cold splashed across his face. Water. He blinked and looked up. Sancho stood in front of him holding an empty water bottle, a grin spread across his face. "You know," Sancho said casually, "you're the real reason Class B won." He clearly understood that Vikir's presence had distracted both him and Tudor long enough for the final play to succeed. A moment later, Tudor approached as well. His expression looked unusually serious. "I was jealous," he admitted bluntly. "I thought I'd show you that practical combat matters more than theory." He paused before continuing. "But I realize now how childish that was. Sorry about earlier." Sancho, still intrigued, stepped closer to Vikir. "All right," he said curiously. "What's your secret?" He crossed his arms while studying him. What kind of training gives someone a body like that? Or were you secretly using mana during the match? Vikir simply shook his head. Removing the headgear he had been wearing, he replied calmly. I'm just a commoner. I don't have any mana at all. Tudor's shoulders sagged slightly in disappointment. What a waste, he said honestly. With that kind of physique and proper mana training, you could have been a top-tier expert like me. Despite the blunt comment, the atmosphere between them had softened. The three continued talking casually, the tension from earlier fading away. Soon after, Tudor's enthusiastic fan club rushed onto the field. A group of cheering girls surrounded him instantly, waving towels and showering him with praise. Tudor happily soaked up the attention, clearly enjoying every second of it. Sancho chuckled at the sight before tossing a towel toward Vikir as well. Neither Tudor nor Sancho realized something important. In the future, both of them would become legendary heroes who fought against countless demons during humanity's darkest era. And their fates would eventually intertwine with Vikir's in ways none of them could yet imagine. Meanwhile, Vikir wiped the water from his face. He removed his glasses to clean them. The moment he did, sunlight fell directly across his uncovered face. For a brief second, the entire field seemed to freeze. Every gaze turned toward him. Students in the stands, both boys and girls, stared in stunned silence. Even Bianca and Sinclair felt their cheeks grow warm as they watched. The quiet, unimpressive nerd they had dismissed earlier now appeared completely different. Without the glasses hiding his features, Vikir's face carried a striking presence. His lean, toned physique was highlighted by the sunlight, every line of muscle visible beneath his academy uniform. His expression held a calm confidence that naturally drew attention. Yet Vikir himself remained completely unaware of the commotion. He simply smiled faintly. Seeing Tudor and Sancho like this, long before they became the heroes he remembered, felt strangely nostalgic. But he didn't realize something important. From this moment onward, his quiet days at the academy were over. Trouble was already beginning to gather around him. Later that night, the scene shifted to a grand mansion standing in eerie silence beneath the darkness. Inside, however, chaos had already erupted. A man with a neatly trimmed purple goatee stood trembling in the middle of the hall. His name was Lloyd Doseller. Fear was written across his face. Standing before him was Vikir. This time, he wore the dark uniform of an assassin. His voice was low and cold as he spoke. Lloyd Doseller, 52 years old. Leader of the information house. And headmaster of the orphanage. Vikir's piercing gaze never left the terrified man. The room around them was drenched in blood. Bodies of Lloyd's guards and accomplices lay scattered across the floor, their remains torn apart. Pieces of flesh and shattered bones were strewn throughout the hall like a grotesque storm had passed through. Lloyd had been cornered near a towering statue. In Vikir's hand was his weapon, Beelzebub, its blade gleaming faintly in the dim light. You conspired with a demon, Vikir said calmly. You sold children from noble families. His voice grew colder. Did you think those crimes would remain hidden forever? Lloyd stared at him in horror. His lips trembled as he tried to speak. Your aura, he stammered. It's solid. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're a swordmaster. Vikir tilted his head slightly, almost amused. Not quite, he replied. Though his aura had nearly reached the solid state that defined a true swordmaster, it still remained in the liquid phase. Even so, it meant he had already reached the absolute peak of a graduate-level warrior. Instead of killing Lloyd immediately, Vikir offered something unexpected. I'll give you one chance, he said quietly. Help me capture the demon you've been assisting. If you cooperate, I'll make sure you're compensated. Even with death standing right in front of him, Lloyd hesitated. Sweat dripped from his face as he struggled to decide whether to accept the offer. Before he could answer, a deafening crash shattered the silence. Vikir's senses flared instantly. A massive chunk of the building came crashing down from above. Reacting instantly, he leaped away just in time. The enormous debris smashed into the ground where they had been standing moments earlier, completely destroying that section of the room. Dust and rubble filled the air. Through the swirling debris, Vikir's sharp eyes immediately locked onto a shadowy figure standing atop the ruined structure. Moonlight illuminated the figure from behind. A sinister green aura twisted around it like poisonous smoke. The presence was unmistakable. Vikir recognized that energy immediately. A demon. The figure wore a grotesque mask and carried a massive hammer forged from what looked disturbingly like human faces. Their expressions were frozen in silent agony across the weapon's surface. Vikir stared up at the figure calmly. His voice cut through the night air. Are you the elite corpse? The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as the two figures faced each other beneath the cold glow of the moon. The mysterious being said nothing. Instead, it suddenly leaped from the collapsing structure, descending toward the battlefield with eerie, inhuman grace. The hunt had only just begun. The grotesque hammer descended from above. Forged from twisted human faces, its surface looked like a collection of silent screams frozen in metal. The weapon crashed downward toward Vikir with terrifying force. Vikir stepped aside with effortless precision. The hammer smashed into the ground where he had been standing a moment earlier, shattering the stone beneath it and sending fragments of debris flying across the ruined courtyard. The masked figure reacted instantly. Shifting its grip, it slid its hands closer to the hammer's head, shortening the handle to increase speed and control. With that adjustment, the creature lunged forward, launching a rapid close-range assault. The weapon swept toward Vikir's face in a brutal horizontal strike. Vikir leaned backward so smoothly it looked almost unreal. His body bent at an extreme angle, nearly parallel to the ground, as the hammer whistled past his nose by mere inches. Yet his expression never changed. While evading the attack, Vikir carefully observed his opponent's movements. The stance, the footwork, the rhythm of the swings. A realization dawned on him. The figure was using a corrupted variant of the holy Quo Vadis bludgeoning technique, a martial style originally practiced by warriors of the Holy Nation. Combined with the powerful aura radiating from the creature's body, an aura easily comparable to a high-ranking graduate-level warrior, the discovery made Vikir pause briefly. That meant something important. This opponent was not one of the 10 elite corps he had been tracking. At best, it was likely a subordinate. So a demon has already infiltrated the Holy Nation, Vikir thought calmly. But the idea did not surprise him. Even the most devout factions in the world often concealed corruption beneath their righteous appearances. With that conclusion reached, Vikir dismissed his weapon. The blade Beelzebub vanished from his hand. He looked at the masked figure with mild interest. "If killing you brings me one step closer to the 10 elite corps," he said calmly, "then I suppose you've just made my work easier." The creature responded immediately. With an explosive jump, it soared into the air and brought the hammer crashing down again with overwhelming force. This time, Vikir did not dodge. The hammer slammed downward. But instead of meeting empty air or steel, it met something else. Vikir's leg. In a movement so precise it looked choreographed, he performed a flawless horizontal split. One foot remained planted firmly on the ground while the other extended upward. His raised foot stopped the hammer's devastating descent. The massive weapon froze in place against the sole of his boot. The masked figure grunted in shock. It clearly hadn't expected its full-force attack to be halted by a single leg. Vikir moved instantly. His arm ignited with a deep crimson glow as basal power surged through his muscles. In the span of a heartbeat, he unleashed 5 rapid strikes against the creature's torso. Each blow carried the same explosive impact as the deadly Reen technique, sending shockwaves through the demon's body. The final strike was a brutal right hook to the ribs. The force launched the creature across the room like a cannonball. It smashed through the wall of a nearby abandoned building. Vikir followed immediately. The demon struggled to lift its hammer again, attempting another desperate attack. But Vikir was already there. With a swift motion, he seized the creature's arm and snapped it. The bone shattered with a sickening crack. The hammer slipped from its grasp. Before the creature could react, Vikir appeared behind it in a blur of movement. A vicious series of elbows and knees followed, each strike delivered with surgical precision. The demon's remaining arm shattered under the relentless assault. Now both of its limbs hung uselessly. The creature collapsed onto the floor. Vikir grabbed the front of its shirt and flipped the body effortlessly before hurling it across the room. But the throw was calculated. The demon's body flew backward and slammed into a protruding iron pipe embedded in the wall. The sharp metal pierced through its back, pinning it in place. The creature let out a guttural groan, unable to move. Vikir approached slowly. His gaze settled on the exposed chest of the impaled figure. Deep scars crisscrossed the flesh. Among them was a crude word carved into the skin. Ifibo. "So that's your name," Vikir muttered. The demon could no longer escape. Vikir's voice grew colder. "Who is your master?" His eyes narrowed as he stared directly into the creature's masked face. "Who turned you into this?" Ibwa could only groan in agony. No words came out, only distorted, pain sounds. Vikir immediately understood. The demon's master had placed a restriction on it. A magical seal preventing it from speaking certain information. But that didn't bother him. Gripping the iron pipe that impaled the creature, Vikir twisted it slowly. Ibwa's body convulsed violently. "Interrogation doesn't rely on words alone," Vikir said calmly. "Your blood, your mana, the fractures in your bones." He leaned closer, his voice cold and precise. "Everything inside your body can reveal the truth." Ibwa writhed helplessly as Vikir prepared to extract every possible clue. The night was far from over. In fact, Vikir had only just begun. Time passed. The interrogation continued in grim silence beneath the moonlight. Eventually, a faint sound broke through the darkness. A weak cry for help. Vikir stopped. Turning toward the source, he moved quickly through the rubble left behind by the earlier destruction. There, buried beneath broken stone and shattered wood, he found a familiar figure. Lloyd Doseller. The man was still alive, though barely conscious. Vikir pulled him free from the debris and dragged him onto stable ground. Lloyd trembled violently. Vikir stared down at him with cold eyes. "If you want to live," he said, "you know what to do. Tell me everything." Lloyd nodded frantically. "I'll tell you anything," he gasped. "Just spare me." Vikir's expression didn't change. "That depends entirely on the quality of your information." As Lloyd began to gather the courage to speak, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made Vikir pause. High above them, someone was watching. On a nearby rooftop stood a lone figure. The silhouette wore a familiar academy uniform, yet the aura surrounding it felt deeply unsettling. Vikir's sharp senses immediately locked onto the presence. But the moment he looked directly at it, the figure vanished. As if it had never been there at all. Something about that presence felt strangely familiar. Vikir returned his attention to Lloyd. But something was wrong. Lloyd's body suddenly began convulsing violently. His jaw stretched open far wider than it should have. Then, to Vikir's disgust, Lloyd began vomiting. One after another, 3 severed human heads tumbled out of his mouth. Their lifeless faces were frozen in expressions of pure terror. Vikir clicked his tongue, irritation flashing across his face as disgust followed close behind. Something about Lloyd's condition felt deeply wrong. Before he could react, a vivid green radiance burst from Lloyd's body, growing brighter with each passing second. The air itself seemed to tremble under the pressure. Then, detonation. A violent explosion tore through the surroundings, swallowing everything in its radius. The force flattened buildings, shattered walls, and carved a massive crater into the earth. The thunderous blast echoed across the city, so powerful that nearby church bells began ringing wildly on their own. Panic erupted instantly. Civilians flooded the streets, shouting, scrambling, trying to make sense of the chaos as thick smoke curled upward into the night sky. Within moments, armed soldiers converged on the scene. At their head was Dolores Lewin-Quodis. She stepped forward into the wreckage, her expression sharp and controlled despite the devastation before her. Her eyes swept across the crater as she addressed her subordinates. "What happened here? Any survivors?" One soldier stepped forward, visibly unsettled. "We're still investigating, Saint. But, the explosion was overwhelming. There's barely anything left to analyze." Dolores didn't respond immediately. Instead, she began inspecting the area herself, moving carefully through the ruins. While the destruction was immense, her focus wasn't on the obvious, it was on the subtle details. Burn patterns, fractured stone, residual traces of combat, signs that told a deeper story. This wasn't just an explosion. A battle had taken place here. Her gaze sharpened as questions raced through her mind. What kind of entity could cause such destruction? And who had fought against it? Then she saw it. A small fragment lying half-buried in the debris. A broken piece of a mask. The moment her eyes landed on it, her breath hitched. Without hesitation, she knelt down and quietly concealed it beneath the folds of her skirt, shielding it from view. A nearby soldier noticed her sudden movement. "Saint, are you all right? You look pale." Dolores forced a weak expression. "I'm fine. Just a little unwell. Don't worry about me." The soldier nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. "There are no confirmed casualties so far. But you should take it easy." She gave a faint nod, but her thoughts were far from calm. She recognized that fragment. There was no doubt in her mind. It belonged to the night bloodhound. Her grip tightened slightly as conflicting emotions surged within her. That man, the one she had once believed to be a savior, the one who had stood among the slums during the Red Death outbreak, helping the weak without hesitation, was now somehow connected to this destruction. The scene shifted. Inside a classroom, tension hung thick in the air. Professor Morg stood at the front, his usual irritation clearly visible. Beside him loomed a massive creature, a Vanampian. Its scorpion-like body sprawled across the examination table, its size alone enough to unsettle anyone present. Holding a report in one hand, Morg scanned the room with narrowed eyes. Who wrote this? Silence. Then, the answer came. Vikir. The professor's expression darkened instantly. Of all students, it had to be him. The report claimed that the Vanampian possessed a second venomous fang hidden within its abdominal exoskeleton, a theory Morg immediately dismissed as absurd. To him, it sounded like nothing more than fabricated nonsense. Deciding to make an example out of Vikir, he spoke coldly. "If this claim proves false, I'll deduct 10 points from every Ice Corps student." A ripple of tension spread across the class. Vikir remained seated, but inwardly, he frowned. He knew the information was correct, but in this timeline, it hadn't been discovered yet. That was the problem. Morg, convinced of his own authority, picked up a scalpel and approached the creature with exaggerated confidence. The blade gleamed under the classroom lights as he made a precise incision into the Venampian's armored body. At first, nothing unusual happened. Just a thin line of blood. Then, a sudden blur. From within the creature's body, a needle-like fang shot outward, coated in thick, purple venom. It sliced through the air at terrifying speed, aimed directly at the professor's face. Gasps erupted across the room. For a split second, death seemed inevitable. But the attack stopped. Just inches away. Morg collapsed backward with a shrill cry, his face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Standing in front of him was Vikir. Calm. Unshaken. He held his book up, having intercepted the strike at the last possible moment. Lowering it slightly, he looked down at the professor with a composed expression. Is that enough proof? Silence consumed the room. The reality sank in quickly. Not only had Vikir been correct, but his discovery explained a long-standing mystery, unidentified deaths linked to this very species. Morg, still shaken, quickly tried to regain control of the situation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he announced, all Ice Corps students will receive an additional point for this discovery. A weak attempt to recover his dignity. He then added, Vikir, come to my lab after class. I'd like further details. Vikir gave a brief nod before returning to his seat at the back. As he passed through the rows, whispers broke out instantly. Did you see that? He saved the professor. How did he even know about that? The perception of him was changing. Students who once dismissed him now looked at him with clear respect, and a hint of fear. He's not just good in theory, someone muttered. He's strong too. Vikir ignored all of it. Sitting down, he closed his eyes, retreating inward. The previous night replayed in his mind. The explosion. The orphanage reduced to nothing. His own body torn apart, skin burned away, flesh exposed, even losing a hand in the blast. Though his regenerative abilities had restored him quickly, the agony had been intense. But he had gained something. A ledger. Recovered from the headmaster's safe. Its contents were far more disturbing than the battle itself, records of children being used as offerings to demons. Locations were listed, scattered across different regions with no clear pattern. Which meant one thing. This wasn't isolated. Multiple elite corps could be operating within the capital. But even that wasn't the most unsettling part. What truly lingered in his mind was the figure he had seen. Standing on the rooftop during the chaos. Wearing the same academy uniform. Watching. Smiling. Then disappearing without a trace. Vikir's eyes slowly opened. A quiet realization settled in. One of the 10 elite corps could be inside this academy. Perhaps even in this very classroom. Beyond the classroom walls, influence quietly spread through the academy. Among all organizations, one stood out. The Lyceum Newspaper Club. On the surface, it appeared ordinary, a simple student-run group publishing daily articles. But in reality, its reach extended far beyond the academy grounds. Their publication circulated throughout the capital, selling out rapidly and shaping public opinion in ways most didn't even realize. Information was power. And they controlled it. The Lyceum Newspaper Club had earned its reputation not by chance, but through relentless precision and an instinct for uncovering stories others failed to see. At the center of that reputation stood its leader, Dolores Lewin Quo Vadis. A third-year student, she was instantly recognizable by her flowing blonde hair and the wing-shaped ornament resting delicately atop her head. There was an unusual balance in her presence, warmth and approachability layered over sharp authority. As she stood before the clubroom, welcoming the new recruits, that duality was on full display. Joining Lyceum was no small achievement. It required persistence, talent, and a certain sharpness of mind. That was why every new member mattered. They weren't just students, they were potential assets. With a confident smile, Dolores clapped her hands lightly. Let's begin with introductions. The first to step forward was Tutor Lanchadon Quixote, a first year from the Ice Corps. He carried himself with bold ambition, his voice steady as he declared, I intend to rise to the top, not just in my class, but here as well. A few murmurs followed, impressed by his confidence. Next came Sancho Barataria. The towering Fire Corps student's presence alone drew attention. His deep voice echoed through the room as he spoke bluntly. People think I'm just muscle. I'm here to prove I've got a brain too. A couple of students chuckled under their breath, though not mockingly, there was sincerity in his frustration. Then stepped forward Sinclair. With her striking white-colored hair and composed expression, she spoke with calm certainty. Money and information are the two greatest forms of power, she said. Then, after a brief pause, she added, but I'm more interested in mastering the latter. Her words carried weight, silencing the room for a moment. Bianca Usher followed. Coming from a prestigious family, she didn't waste time on theatrics. I chose the organization with the clearest direction, she said simply. I'll contribute where I can. Her straightforward tone earned quiet nods of approval. Then came PG. Visibly nervous, he fidgeted as he stepped forward. His words stumbled over each other at first, but eventually, he managed to push through. I really like collecting and analyzing information. So, I thought this club would be perfect for me. Despite his awkward delivery, his enthusiasm was genuine and noticeable. Finally, Vikir stepped forward. In stark contrast to the others, his demeanor was completely flat. It's a requirement to join a club, he said casually. I just followed PG. A few eyebrows lifted at his disinterest. But beneath that indifferent tone, his reasoning was anything but casual. For Vikir, Lysium was a strategic goldmine. Information flowed through this club like blood through veins, and access to it meant leverage, an invaluable advantage for his own hidden objectives. The only complication was Dolores. Having someone like her, a saint, so close made things inconvenient. Dolores narrowed her eyes at him immediately. With that kind of attitude, she said sharply, you're not fit to be a Lysium reporter. The atmosphere tensed instantly. But before anything could escalate, hold on a second. A lively voice cut through the room. A third-year student pushed her way forward, nudging Dolores aside with surprising boldness. Her energy was infectious, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this you? She asked, holding up a newspaper in front of Vikir's face. This was Anna, the club's vice president. She tapped the article eagerly. The headline read, Exclusive, who is the Ice Core freshman who dominated the run-flat match? A clear image of Vikir mid-match was printed beneath it. I knew you looked familiar, Anna added with a grin. Vikir said nothing, his expression unreadable. Before he could respond, Tudor burst out laughing. That's definitely him. Even Dolores looked taken aback. When was this published? She asked, turning to Anna with suspicion. Last night, Anna replied casually. I heard rumors about a good-looking freshman making waves. No way I was letting that slip by. Dolores exhaled slowly, momentarily at a loss. Unbelievable. Unfazed, Anna clapped her hands together and turned back to the group. All right. Now that introductions are done, let's get to work. Her enthusiasm completely shifted the atmosphere. Dolores stepped back, momentarily silent, and Anna smoothly took control. The second years are already out gathering news, she explained. So the first years will start right here. She placed 2 documents on the table. The dates had been removed. But the content was enough to chill the room. An orphanage, burned to the ground in the early hours of the previous night. The group instinctively gathered closer, reading through the report in silence. PG was the first to speak up, his analytical instincts kicking in. Wait, could this be connected to the explosion in the capital yesterday? Anna nodded. That's what we suspect. I heard about it while I was outside the academy. She continued, her tone growing more serious. There's also reason to believe the same individual may be behind a recent high-profile murder. A heavy silence followed. Then came the worst detail. Most of the children from the orphanage were among the dead. The weight of that revelation settled heavily over the group. PG leaned slightly toward Vikir, lowering his voice. Do you think it's the same person we're tracking? Vikir didn't answer aloud. But in his mind, the pieces were already aligning. The demon he had been hunting? This felt like its work. Anna broke the silence. Your first assignment is simple, create a headline. The room stirred again as ideas began to flow. The birth of a new villain. A monster appearing outside the academy. Where are the Imperial Guards? Suggestions came one after another, but none of them carried the impact they needed. Bianca crossed her arms slightly. These lack weight, she said bluntly. Tudor nodded in agreement. It's because there's no name. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sharpening. Think about it. Names like Jack the Ripper or Bluebeard, they stick. They give fear a shape. The room grew quiet again. Because he was right. Without a name, the story had no identity. Anna nodded thoughtfully at the suggestion of giving the unknown culprit a nickname. It made sense, fear needed a name to spread, and a story needed a symbol to be remembered. Tudor, already brimming with excitement, immediately jumped in. Then how about Deathscythe's Shadow Master? The room fell silent for half a second. Anna rejected it instantly. No. The blunt refusal hit Tudor like a physical blow. His shoulders slumped as he retreated into dramatic self-pity, muttering under his breath while the others ignored him and continued brainstorming. More names began flying across the table. The explosion demon that brings misfortune. Too long, someone cut in. The orphanage killer. Too direct. At one point, someone jokingly suggested Mr. Terrorist, which sparked a brief but heated argument about whether humor had any place in something this grim. Amid the noise, one person hadn't spoken at all. Dolores. She sat quietly, her gaze lowered, as if she were piecing something together in her mind rather than participating in the chaos around her. Then, without raising her voice, she spoke. The Night Bloodhound. The room stilled. Every head turned toward her. The name carried weight, raw, violent, and haunting. It didn't feel like a guess. It felt like recognition. Dolores slowly lifted her eyes and explained. At the crime scene, there was a mask, she said. I picked it up myself. It wasn't ordinary. I'm certain it belonged to the person responsible. Her expression grew more distant, as if she were revisiting an old memory. I've seen that individual before, she continued. In the slums. Someone who helped the sick, even those infected with Red Death. They risked their own life to treat others. A faint crease formed between her brows. I thought they were someone good. The contradiction was clear in her voice. If that same person was at the orphanage, she murmured, almost to herself, then what does that mean? The thought lingered in the air, heavy and unresolved. Before she could dwell on it further, Anna clapped her hands once, breaking the silence. That's it. That's the name. The others quickly agreed. The Night Bloodhound had everything, a sense of dread, brutality, and mystery. It sounded like something that belonged in whispered rumors and fearful headlines. Realizing what she had just done, Dolores quickly covered her mouth, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. But it was too late. The name had already taken root. Anna, energized, immediately began crafting a headline aloud. Who is the Night Bloodhound? The terror of the capital. No. Dolores cut her off sharply. The shift in her tone caught everyone off guard. We can't write that, she said firmly. There's no confirmed evidence that this person is responsible. We are reporters, we deal in facts, not assumptions. Anna frowned, clearly frustrated, but didn't interrupt. As the tension between the two leaders began to build, Tudor turned toward Vikir, nudging him slightly. What do you think? He asked. Is the Night Bloodhound evil? Vikir didn't even look up. I don't care. The answer was flat, uninterested. Tudor frowned. Come on. Give a real answer. For a moment, Vikir remained silent. Then, almost reluctantly, he spoke. What I know is this, if someone isn't virtuous, then they're evil. The words had barely settled, before a loud bang echoed through the room. Dolores' hand had slammed against the table. Everyone flinched. She stood up slowly, her eyes locked onto Vikir with piercing intensity. How can you be so certain? She demanded. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. Even Tudor, who still had a hand resting on Vikir's shoulder, felt a bead of sweat run down his neck. Dolores' gaze didn't waver. It sharpened, pressing down on Vikir as if trying to force the answer out of him. But Vikir said nothing. His silence only made the situation worse. Frustration flickered across Dolores' face. When it became clear he wouldn't respond, she shifted her attention to the entire group. This is exactly the problem, she said, her voice steady but cutting. You're all building conclusions on speculation. She stepped forward slightly, her presence commanding. As reporters, our words carry weight. If we publish something without proof, we don't just tell a story, we can destroy someone's life. Tudor raised a hand, attempting to argue. But the city guards already said the Night Bloodhound is responsible for the fire and even the headmaster's death. Dolores shook her head immediately. That's not evidence. That's a deduction. She continued, her tone sharpening with conviction. There are still too many unanswered questions. The bodies found in the orphanage basement, none of it aligns cleanly. There are inconsistencies everywhere. Her determination stunned the room into silence. What made it even more striking was the fact that the orphanage had ties to her own family. Yet she refused to let personal emotions cloud her judgment. Seeing no one challenge her further, Dolores turned to Anna. Revise the article, she said. Keep it neutral. No accusations without proof. Anna groaned lightly. If we do that, there's barely anything left to publish. That's fine, Dolores replied without hesitation. We can criticize later, when we have facts. Her voice softened slightly, though a trace of sadness crept into it. If the Night Bloodhound truly is guilty, then we'll expose them properly. And when we do, it will be justified. The sincerity in her words resonated deeply. Peering at her through his glasses, seemed momentarily speechless. The room fell quiet again. until the door suddenly burst open. A club member rushed in, slightly out of breath. "Dolores. The advisor is calling for you," they said quickly. "He wants the report edited, he's insisting that the night blood hound be labeled as the villain." A flicker of stress crossed Dolores' face. But it lasted only a moment. "I'll handle it," she replied firmly. There was a trace of irritation in her voice as she added, "He always pushes for exaggerated headlines." Without wasting another second, she turned and walked out of the room alongside the messenger, ready to confront the issue directly. As the door closed behind her, the tension finally eased. Tudor let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. "She's something else," he muttered. "Total girl boss." Vikir spoke up unexpectedly, his voice calm but certain. "Dolores has always been like that." His thoughts had already drifted far back, to a different time, a different life. In his memories, Dolores was nothing like the academy student they had just seen. She stood at the forefront of a collapsing world, clad in radiant armor that shimmered with divine energy. On the battlefield, she was a commanding presence, leading the holy knights through chaos and despair as demons poured in without end. Her voice carried authority that could not be questioned. She issued orders with absolute precision, guiding her troops forward while waves of holy light spread from her, strengthening allies and pushing back the darkness. Even in the most desperate moments, her faith never wavered. And neither did her discipline. She would scold soldiers who hesitated, chastise those who lost focus, and remind them, harshly, that her generation had never known the luxury of fear. Facing demons head-on wasn't bravery to her. It was the bare minimum. Lost in those memories, a faint smile formed on Vikir's lips. Back then, he had always assumed that someone like Dolores would judge him without hesitation, that she would see his actions as nothing but evil. And yet? Now, standing in this moment, knowing that she was determined to uncover the truth rather than blindly condemn, it brought him an unexpected sense of ease. For the first time, the idea of being investigated didn't feel suffocating. Silently, without a word, Vikir acknowledged her resolve. A quiet expression of gratitude, offered only in his thoughts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the argument between Dolores and the club advisor had only intensified. The advisor turned out to be none other than Professor Vinci, and he was relentlessly pushing his demand to label the night bloodhound as a confirmed villain. Dolores refused to yield, standing firm despite the pressure. Their clash carried on, until morning arrived. A sharp siren pierced through the academy, echoing across the dormitories and snapping students out of their sleep. PG groaned as he slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes, still half lost in a daze. Across the room, Vikir was already awake. Dressed in his training uniform, he moved through a series of stretches with practiced ease, his breathing steady and controlled. "Morning," PG mumbled lazily. Vikir gave a brief nod in response. At this academy, discipline was absolute. The day began at exactly 6 in the morning, signaled by the alarm. Like clockwork, students poured out toward the training grounds in front of the dormitories. Under the watchful eyes of instructors, they began with a light jog, followed by structured exercises to prepare both body and mind. Once the mandatory training ended, the students scattered into their own routines. Some dragged themselves back to bed, desperate for more sleep. Others headed for a bath to wash off the sweat. A few made their way straight to the cafeteria. PG, however, clearly hated every second of it. Groaning as he stretched his sore limbs, he complained to Vikir, "Skipping this and sleeping more would actually make me smarter, you know." Vikir responded without hesitation. "Physical activity improves cognitive function." PG's face immediately fell. That was not the answer he wanted. Before he could argue further, Tudor walked in, catching the tail end of the conversation. "You're way too logical," he said with a grin, nudging Vikir. "Try being a little more empathetic, especially with someone like PG." PG instantly rejected the idea. "No thanks. I'm not volunteering for his experiments." Laughing it off, Tudor quickly shifted topics. "How about this, we head into the city this weekend?" That immediately caught everyone's attention. PG perked up. "There's a book I've been meaning to buy." Sancho chimed in as well, his voice filled with excitement. "I heard there's a restaurant there that's incredible." The idea gained momentum quickly. Soon, all eyes turned to Vikir. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "I can't. I have volunteer duties." That answer surprised them. PG scratched his head before explaining, "He's got too many deductions." Tudor frowned slightly. "Let me guess. Professor Vinci?" It wasn't exactly a secret. The professor had a tendency to single Vikir out, handing him penalties even when he wasn't entirely at fault. Vikir didn't comment. Instead, he simply excused himself, telling them to enjoy the trip without him. But the group wasn't having it. PG quickly called after him, "Then we'll come with you." Sancho grinned. Yeah. The more, the better. Without waiting for approval, they followed after him. Vikir didn't object. As they walked together through the academy corridors, Tutor leaned closer to Sancho, lowering his voice. Have you noticed? He said. He kind of feels like an older brother. Sancho nodded immediately. Yeah. That's exactly it. There was something about Vikir, something subtle, yet undeniable. He didn't talk much. He didn't try to lead. And yet, people naturally gravitated toward him. Back when I was a mercenary, Sancho added, guys like him always ended up leading, whether they wanted to or not. Even PG smiled at that. Deep down, he agreed. Vikir was someone you could rely on, someone who made things feel possible. After all, he had been the one to help PG during his lowest moment at the entrance party. On top of that, he excelled in both academics and training. To PG, Vikir felt almost flawless. As long as he was around, nothing seemed impossible. But then, something changed. A sharp, suffocating pressure suddenly spread through the corridor. Vikir's aura shifted. A cold, predatory presence leaked out from him, thick with killing intent. His eyes faintly glowed red, like a hunter locking onto prey. Standing beside him, PG froze. His body stiffened instinctively, fear creeping in before he could even understand why. But Vikir wasn't focused on them. His attention had locked onto something else entirely. A foul presence lingered in the air. Something rotten. Something unmistakable. The stench of demons. Ahead of them, 3 students walked casually through the corridor, a boy in the center, flanked by 2 girls. At a glance, nothing seemed unusual. But to Vikir, the truth was obvious. He turned to PG, his voice low and controlled. Do you know him? PG flinched slightly at the sudden question, but quickly followed Vikir's gaze. Oh, that guy, he said. That's Bane Kauzak. Second year. He's kind of famous. People say he's the most handsome guy in school. Vikir's jaw tightened. His teeth clenched. Handsome? That thing? Behind that human disguise was something far worse. A member of the 10 elite corpses. A demon that had no business blending so seamlessly into human society. As the group ahead continued walking, Vikir weighed his options. He could strike now. But the corridor was full of students. Too many witnesses. Too much risk. He wouldn't endanger innocent lives, especially not those of his companions. Future heroes, who didn't even realize their own potential yet. Sensing the tension, Tutor stepped closer. Hey, you okay? Vikir forced his expression to relax. I'm not feeling well, he said. I'll rest for a bit. It was enough to ease their concern. But the truth was different. He had already made his decision. Observation first. Elimination later. Once out of sight, Vikir activated a skill from his second slot. Silent Heal, Mashusu. His presence faded, his movements becoming nearly impossible to detect. With a smooth motion, he removed his glasses, his appearance subtly shifting as he altered his identity. Then, without hesitation, he began tracking the sophomore from the shadows. However, for the first time in a while, his focus slipped. His thoughts wandered, just for a moment. And that was all it took. From the nearby staircase, Dolores was descending. And neither of them noticed the other. They collided head-on. A sharp cry rang out as Dolores lost her balance and fell hard onto the floor. The impact echoed through the corridor, instantly drawing attention. She winced, clutching her hand in pain, clearly shaken. Vikir stood frozen for a second, caught off guard by the sudden accident. Moments later, Tutor and the others rushed over. Are you okay? Tutor asked, kneeling beside her before turning sharply toward Vikir. Hey, apologize to the president. Vikir didn't hesitate. The moment Tutor demanded it, he stepped forward and bowed deeply, offering a formal apology without the slightest trace of resistance. The reaction he received, however, caught everyone off guard. Dolores shook her head lightly, dismissing it. There's no need, she said calmly. I wasn't paying attention either. Her tone carried no irritation, no blame, just simple acknowledgement. Sancho reached out to help her to her feet, steadying her as she rose. But even as she regained her balance, something about the collision lingered in her mind. When she had crashed into Vikir, it hadn't felt like bumping into another person. It felt like hitting a wall. A solid, unmoving mass. Her brows furrowed slightly as she glanced at him. As Vikir adjusted his glasses, returning to his usual composed demeanor, Dolores's curiosity only deepened. It wasn't just his physical strength. There was something else, something far more unsettling. She couldn't feel his presence. At all. It was as if he chose to, he could simply disappear without a trace. Her thoughts circled back to a single question. Who exactly is Vikir? Meanwhile, Vikir had already made a quiet decision. With so many eyes on him now, continuing to trail the sophomore would be reckless. For the moment, maintaining his cover took priority. But one thing remained absolutely certain in his mind. That student was no ordinary human. He was one of the 10 elite corpses. And sooner or later, confrontation would be inevitable. Far below the academy, deep beneath its stone corridors and descending stairways, the atmosphere shifted completely. The light faded. The air grew colder. And shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls. The sophomore walked ahead, leading the two girls further into the darkness. Unease quickly set in. "This place, why did you bring us here?" one of them asked, her voice tinged with discomfort. The other glanced around nervously, clearly unsettled by the isolation. But instead of answering directly, the boy's tone softened. "I have something to tell you," he said, his voice heavy, almost sorrowful. The shift immediately drew their attention. Both girls leaned in, concern replacing their earlier unease. "What is it?" they asked. He let out a quiet sigh before continuing, weaving his story carefully. "Recently, someone showed up at the academy," he began. "Ever since then, he's been targeting me." He lowered his gaze, as if weighed down by invisible pressure. "I haven't been able to eat properly. I can't even rest." The girl on his left reacted instantly, anger flashing across her face. "Whoever he is, we won't forgive him," she declared. Encouraged, the boy continued. "I tried to confront him once," he said. "But I made a mistake. I was wearing my school uniform. I had to retreat before he could identify me." He paused, letting the tension build. "I think he already knows I'm a student here." The girl on his right clenched her fists. "If he shows up here, we'll deal with him together," she said firmly. Both of them stood unwavering, their loyalty absolute. For a brief moment, the boy smiled, warm, appreciative. "Thank you," he said softly. "You're both kind and beautiful." His voice lowered further. "From now on, we'll always stay together." Then, without warning, his hands shot forward. They clamped onto their faces with crushing force. The shift was instantaneous. The warmth vanished. In its place, something cold and monstrous surfaced. His expression darkened, his eyes losing all trace of humanity. As the girls struggled, panic exploding into screams, his mind drifted elsewhere. A memory surfaced. A figure wearing a plague doctor's mask. That man. Whoever he wasn't ordinary. Highly skilled. Precise. Likely a high-ranking graduate. Which meant only one thing. He had survived. The explosion hadn't killed him. As the realization settled, the pieces fell into place. The locations that man had been investigating, they all overlapped with places where the boy himself had fed before. A slow, chilling understanding formed. That hunter? Could sense demons. "You're not human either," he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the girls' screams grew more desperate. Their bodies convulsed as his grip tightened. Their faces twisted unnaturally, skin rippling as if being pulled apart from within. Please, stop. Let us go." They begged. Cried. Desperately clawed at his arms. But there was no mercy in him. Only hunger. Their essence began to drain, absorbed directly through his grasp. Their features blurred, fading as if being erased from existence itself. Then, something even more horrifying happened. One of the girls' faces reappeared, fused grotesquely along the side of his own. Her eye twitched. Her mouth trembled. Still alive. Still conscious. Silently pleading for someone, anyone, to save her. The illusion shattered completely. The student no longer existed. In his place stood something far worse. His demonic form began to surface, twisting his body into something inhuman. His identity was no longer hidden. Dantalion. The 9th corpse of the 10 elite corpses. Elsewhere, within the Lysum newspaper clubroom, the atmosphere was tense in an entirely different way. Stacks of reports covered the tables. Voices overlapped in restless discussion. At the center of it all, Anna addressed the first-year members, her tone sharp with frustration. "There's been a surge in incidents across the city," she said. "Dolores and I compiled everything we could, including cases within the academy." She gestured toward the piles. "With our current manpower, we can't handle all of this alone. You'll each take a case, investigate it, gather information, and write a proper report." Around the room, reactions varied. Bianca flipped through documents rapidly, her expression growing more strained with each page. "There's too much," she muttered. Tudor leaned over another stack, equally focused, though the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Even Dolores, usually composed, seemed troubled as she reviewed the details. The situation was bigger than any of them had expected. As the first years began selecting cases, PG hesitated. This would be his first article since joining the club. The pressure weighed heavily on him. Nearby, Bianca continued scanning reports, her confusion turning into unease. "What's happening in the capital?" she whispered. The cases were all over the place, but equally disturbing. A terrorist warning predicting that the river in Venicure, the capital of the rock region, would be poisoned. The sudden disappearance of a famous theater actor, Mr. B, last seen after a performance, with rumors pointing toward an obsessive fan. A noble family head who vanished under bizarre and unexplained circumstances. A condemned criminal who insisted his identity had been altered, claiming his face wasn't his own. And perhaps most alarming, a rapid spike in missing persons across the city, with no suspects, no leads, nothing. Some had even begun whispering a name. The night bloodhound. At the edge of the room, Vikir stood silent. His eyes moved across the reports, scanning each one with calculated focus. Then, without a word, he reached forward and selected a case. The report Vikir selected focused on a disappearance within the academy itself. At first glance, it seemed almost trivial. 3 students, known to always be together, had suddenly vanished. According to witnesses, the most common assumption was simple: they had run away together, likely driven by romance. But the deeper Vikir read, the more his expression hardened. Something didn't add up. Then, it hit him. A shift rippled through his body. An invisible pressure spread outward, subtle at first, then suffocating. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier as his bloodhound aura stirred violently beneath the surface. His eyes sharpened, a faint glow flickering within them as fury began to rise. One of the names in the report. He recognized it. That student was the very same individual he had been tracking the previous day. A suspected member of the 10 elite corpses. This wasn't a coincidence. Not even close. Night fell. Far from the academy, inside an ordinary-looking home, a quiet scene unfolded. A married couple lay in bed. The wife slept peacefully, unaware. But beside her, the husband remained awake. His eyes were open. Watching. Silently, he slipped out of bed, careful not to wake her, and moved toward a chair by the window. The dim light cast long shadows across his figure as he sat down. And then, the truth revealed itself. His eyes glowed. A sickly green light flickered within them, unnatural and unmistakable. This man was no ordinary human. He turned his gaze toward the center of the room. "I assume you found something," he said quietly. He wasn't alone. For figures stood before him, their forms partially swallowed by the darkness. Subordinates. Each one waiting. One stepped forward. Iphibo, the very demon Vikir had clashed with in the previous nights. His voice was low as he delivered his report. Another followed, a red-haired figure named Garanto, his fiery appearance matched by the intensity in his tone. The third, known as HV, held an enormous scissor-like weapon, its metallic edge catching the faint light as he spoke. The last, Fido, remained silent, unmoving, like a shadow given form. The man listened. Patiently. Coldly. And then, the reality became undeniable. He wasn't just associated with the 10 elite corpses. He was one of them. Dantalion. The 9th corpse. As he processed their reports, a single conclusion emerged. None of them had seen the masked vigilante since their last encounter. The one who had been interfering with their operations had vanished. Dantalion's gaze darkened. "So, he's become cautious," he muttered. That only made things more troublesome. Without another word, he raised his hand. What followed was grotesque. His palm began to distort, flesh shifting unnaturally as eyes and noses sprouted across its surface, blinking and twitching in disturbing unison. It was a manifestation of something deeply wrong. Something inhuman. "There's no other option," he said calmly. "We expand." Suddenly, from that writhing mass of flesh, something shot forward. In an instant, each subordinate was struck directly in the face. They staggered slightly, but didn't resist. Their features began to change. Skin stretched. Bones shifted. Faces melted and reformed into entirely new identities, perfect disguises crafted by Dantalion himself. When the transformation settled, they no longer resembled their original selves. They looked human. Satisfied, Dantalion gave his next command. "Move into populated areas," he instructed. "Search openly. Find him." His voice was devoid of emotion. Precise. Calculating. But just as he finished, a sound interrupted the moment. The door creaked open. Standing there was his wife. Awake now. Confused. She looked between him and the 4 unfamiliar figures in the room, unease creeping into her expression. "What is going on?" she asked. For a brief moment, Dantalion said nothing. He simply looked at her. Then slowly, he closed his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was almost gentle. "I wanted to admire your face, just a little longer," he said quietly. A pause. But now, his tone dropped. That's no longer possible. He gave a single command. That was all it took. In less than a heartbeat, Fido moved. He appeared behind her without a sound, a blade already pressed against her throat. She froze instantly. Her breath caught. Her body trembled. Tears welled in her eyes as the reality of the situation crashed down on her. There was no escape. No time. No chance. Then, a sharp, sickening sound cut through the silence. Steel slicing through flesh. Blood spilled across the floor as her body collapsed, lifeless, her voice never given the chance to fully escape her throat. Even in her final moments, tears continued to fall. As if the murder meant nothing, Dantalion simply turned away from his wife's lifeless body and resumed the conversation with his subordinates. His tone remained steady, almost bored. The delay in opening the gate, it's all because of Andromelius's death, he said, irritation slipping through his voice. To him, the loss of his wife was insignificant, just another expendable piece in a much larger design. Still seated, he began altering his appearance. His face twisted and shifted, bones and flesh reshaping until an entirely different identity emerged. The transformation was seamless, practiced. This situation is becoming troublesome, he muttered. Then his gaze shifted. Ifibo, you're coming with me. There was someone he intended to meet. As the transformation finalized, Dantalion casually scratched his chin, his thoughts drifting toward a darker indulgence, finding a way to relieve the growing tension within him. The scene shifted. This time, the setting was vastly different. A place steeped in holiness. Clean stone walls, sacred symbols, and a quiet atmosphere filled the air. Standing there now was Dantalion, completely unrecognizable. He wore the robes of a priest, a cross hanging neatly around his neck. A faint, almost charming smile rested on his face, masking the monstrosity beneath. Before him stood Dolores. Her expression was guarded, her eyes sharp with suspicion. She wasn't here for pleasantries, and she made that clear immediately. But Dantalion, now going by the name Quilty Luan Indulgentia, couldn't resist provoking her. You've grown even more beautiful, he said lightly, his tone teasing. Dolores didn't react. Sir Quilty, she cut in coldly. I didn't come here for idle conversation. Unbothered, he waved off her tone as if it were nothing. I was beginning to worry, he replied, feigning concern. You haven't visited in quite some time. I've been busy, Dolores answered. Murders. Disappearances. The situation has been escalating. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Of course it had. He was the one behind it all. But Dolores felt it, something was off. Her instincts stirred uneasily. Quilty wasn't just any noble. He was the head of the Indulgentia family, a collateral branch tied to the powerful Quo Vadis lineage. His family oversaw critical institutions, orphanages, monasteries, hospitals, and supported the controversial exemption system. A system that allowed the wealthy to wash away their sins through massive donations. To Dolores, it was nothing more than sanctified corruption. She stepped forward, her voice unwavering. I want the exemption system abolished. The words landed with weight. Quilty raised an eyebrow, mildly amused. That system has long been part of the Church's doctrine, he replied. And large donations are a form of punishment in themselves. Dolores didn't budge. True repentance isn't bought, she said firmly. It requires confession and consequences. A faint glow seemed to gather behind her, as if her conviction itself carried divine weight. People harmed by that system are never truly saved. For a brief moment, Quilty fell silent, caught off guard. But it didn't last. He turned away, regaining his composure effortlessly. If you feel that strongly, he said, you should bring it up with your father, the cardinal. Then, almost casually, he added, you should return to the academy. Students are volunteering here today. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to witness internal disputes. Dolores hesitated, then nodded. This isn't over, she said before leaving. The moment she was gone, the mask slipped. His face distorted, the disguise cracking as grotesque features emerged, multiple eyes blinking across warped flesh. A twisted grin spread across his face. His teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. He was barely holding himself back. The urge to take her face, to claim it, to preserve it. Dolores, the saint, was, to him, the most exquisite prize imaginable. No, he whispered, trembling. Not yet. He wanted it at the perfect moment. When the world collapsed. When despair consumed her completely. Only then would her face be truly beautiful. Shaking with anticipation, he muttered a silent prayer, for his fellow demons to hasten the descent of chaos. The scene shifted once more. Vikir stood before a massive gate. Beyond it lay a grand structure, an orphanage. According to the report provided by Cindy Wendy, this place had ties to the 10 elite corpses. Financial records linked back to Andromelius suggested the location was deeply entangled with demonic activity. Above the building, a flag fluttered in the wind. The symbol was unmistakable. Quo Vadis family property. If demons had infiltrated both the Iron Blood and Holy Divine families, then it was only logical they had spread here as well. Given the attention the Night Bloodhound had recently drawn, Vikir chose a different approach. Volunteering. A perfect cover to investigate from within. But just as he prepared to move, voices called out behind him. PG. Tutor. Sancho. They had followed him. Tutor immediately threw an arm around Vikir's shoulders, grinning. "You're lucky to have friends like us," he said. "Volunteering with you instead of enjoying the holiday." Vikir let out a quiet sigh. "I don't remember asking you to come." A faint bead of sweat formed at his temple. This was going to complicate things. The Academy's 10-day golden holiday had just begun, a celebration marking its anniversary alongside the Easter festival of the Lawn Church. Most students had left to visit family, explore the capital, or simply relax. But not them. The group stepped inside the orphanage. Tutor continued teasing, clearly amused, while Sancho explained he wanted to get his volunteer hours done early. PG, on the other hand, genuinely enjoyed helping. Tutor? He was just there for the ride. For Vikir, however, their presence was far from comforting. As they looked around, the scale of the orphanage became apparent. "This must be the Indulgentia orphanage," Tutor remarked. PG nodded. "It's the largest one in the capital," he explained. The headmaster, Quilty Luan Indulgentia, founded the entire orphan foundation. He's also a lecturer at the academy. Sancho raised an eyebrow, surprised. PG pointed to a nearby portrait. "That's him." He continued, lowering his voice slightly. "He's connected to the Quo Vadis family, and pretty influential in the Loon Church. But there's tension between him and Saintess Dolores. Their beliefs don't exactly align." Tutor groaned. "Great. Family politics." Meanwhile, Vikir stayed silent at the back. Observing. Thinking. The mention of Quilty caught his attention. He decided then, he would watch him closely. Soon, a nun approached them, children peeking curiously from behind her robes. With a warm smile, she welcomed the volunteers. "For the next 10 days, she explained, you'll act as teachers. Please care for the children as you would your own." Her voice was gentle. But the boy's attention quickly drifted elsewhere. Tutor squinted. "Wait, what are they doing here?" Bianca and Sinclair were approaching. Bianca immediately took offense at his tone. "We're volunteering," she snapped. "Same as you." Tutor smirked. A hero doesn't need a reason. That only irritated her more. While they bickered, Vikir and PG focused on Sinclair. The girl with light-colored hair approached, her smile bright but her movements slightly nervous. She stopped in front of Vikir and extended her hand. "I'm glad we ran into each other again," she said softly. "I hope we can get along these next 10 days. Vikir hesitated briefly, then shook her hand. "That should be fine," he replied. Her reaction was immediate. She pulled her hand back as if it were something precious, holding it close. "I'm never washing this again," she declared, completely serious. PG leaned closer to Vikir, lowering his voice. "I saw her earlier," he whispered. "She specifically requested to be assigned here, with you. So it wasn't a coincidence." Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly. Something about her required caution. Shifting his focus, he scanned the area. One detail stood out. The headmaster, Quilty, was nowhere to be seen. Suspicion stirred. But before he could think further, the nun clapped her hands. "It's time," she announced. "Children, go choose your teachers." The reaction was explosive. The kids rushed forward with boundless energy. Tutor immediately scooped up 2 of them, laughing. Sancho was already giving piggyback rides, surrounded by giggling children. Bianca softened instantly, captivated by their cuteness. Even Sinclair was quickly surrounded, entertaining them with a lively story. Then there was Vikir. Standing stiffly before 3 children, he spoke in his usual blunt tone. "What are your names?" The effect was immediate. The children froze. Then their faces crumpled. Tears welled up, and without hesitation, they turned and ran straight to PG. PG gently comforted them before glancing back at Vikir. "You might want to try smiling," he suggested. Vikir stood there, genuinely caught off guard. This was harder than he expected. Dealing with children wasn't like dealing with enemies. As he considered this, something caught his attention. A small blonde girl quietly slipped away from the crowd. Without thinking, Vikir followed. He found her sitting alone beside a pillar, her expression troubled. He approached slowly. Carefully. She flinched slightly at his presence. After a brief pause, he spoke in a softer tone. I don't like crowded places either, he admitted. People tend to misunderstand me. Then he asked gently, why did you leave? The girl turned her face away. Silent. Unresponsive. Vikir exhaled quietly. So his usual approach wouldn't work here either. Vikir recalled Ayan's advice. Children don't respond well to blunt questions. You have to lower your guard, and make it easier for them. He took a closer look at the girl. A small name tag was pinned neatly to her chest. Perry. Slowly, he lowered himself to her level, careful not to make any sudden movements. His expression softened, awkward at first, but deliberate. Then, forcing something unfamiliar onto his face, he smiled. Perry, right? He said gently. The reaction was immediate. Her eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flushing faintly as if she hadn't expected him to speak so differently. For a brief second, it looked like she might respond. But instead, she turned and ran. Again. Vikir remained where he was, watching her small figure disappear into the distance. His brows furrowed slightly. Even when smiling, do I still look threatening? As that thought lingered, a calm, familiar voice spoke beside him. You didn't scare her away. He turned. Dolores stood there, a faint, knowing smile on her face. She had clearly witnessed everything. She didn't run because she disliked you, she continued. Then, tilting her head slightly, she added with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side. Vikir said nothing. Dolores's expression softened as she looked in the direction Perry had gone. That child, she began quietly, has been through more than most. She explained that Perry suffered from aphasia, a condition that had taken away her ability to speak. Whatever trauma she had endured, it had silenced her completely. Vikir's gaze sharpened slightly. What happened to her? Dolores shook her head. I don't know everything, she admitted. She was born here, and has lived all 13 years of her life in this orphanage. Her voice grew quieter. Over time, countless volunteers came and went. At first, they were kind. They tried to connect with her. A pause. But they always left. Again and again. People would approach her, offer warmth, and then disappear from her life. Eventually, Dolores continued, she must have grown tired of it. Tired of forming attachments. Tired of losing them. So she closed her heart. The words lingered heavily in the air. Vikir stood still, absorbing the weight of it. Then, a sudden chill ran down his spine. His entire body tensed. Instinct screamed. Someone else was here. A third presence. Hidden. Watching. Before Dolores could continue, Vikir moved instantly. His hand shot up, covering her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock. But before she could react further, they were gone. In a blink, both of them vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Moments later, footsteps echoed. Two men entered. One of them, dressed in green, spoke loudly, his tone laced with irritation. It's been a while, Quilty. You've been hard to find. Quilty Luan Indulgentia stood calmly before him, his expression composed as ever. Recent confessions have been increasing, he replied smoothly. It's been time-consuming. Beside him stood Ephibo. Silent. Still. Like a blade waiting to be drawn. The man in green waved his hand dismissively. I didn't come here for small talk, he said. I'm here to purchase an exemption. Quilty's gaze sharpened slightly. How much time do you intend to erase? The answer came without hesitation. 1 billion gold. Even Quilty paused for a fraction of a second. That's excessive, he said. For what crime? The man smirked. At first? Just a slave. He explained casually. A barbarian slave he had captured and purchased. While trying to discipline him, he had gone too far. Killed him. Quilty's interest flickered. That hardly warrants such a sum. The man's smile widened, darker this time. On my way back, I lost my temper. His voice carried no remorse. I burned down an entire village. And burned farmers. Every last one of them. Hidden nearby, Vikir and Dolores listened in silence. Vikir's hand still covered her mouth, his grip firm but controlled. His senses sharpened. Activated. The bloodhound within him stirred. He focused. Locked onto the scent. And then, recognition struck. That smell. The same one he had detected back at the academy. His mind began piecing everything together rapidly. Meanwhile, the conversation continued as if they were discussing nothing more than business. 500 million gold, the man in green said, to justify my actions. A pause. The other half, an offering. To the God who will forgive me. Vikir's eyes narrowed. Now he understood. The true nature of this place. The rot hidden beneath its holy facade. His gaze shifted to Quilty. Focused. Sharp. And there it was. Unmistakable. The scent of an elite corpse. Strong. Clear. There was no longer any doubt. Quilty Luan Indulgentia? Was one of the 10 elite corpses. Completely composed, Quilty nodded. As long as your offerings are sincere, he said calmly, God will absolve your sins. To anyone else, it might have sounded like faith. To Vikir, it was pure deception. Beside him, Dolores struggled. Her body tensed with anger, her sense of justice refusing to stay silent. She tried to pull away from his grip, her movements growing more forceful. Vikir leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. Don't. They were too close. One sound. One mistake. And everything would collapse. But Dolores wasn't someone who could simply watch. Her frustration boiled over. She twisted sharply, pushing back against him. Let me go, she whispered fiercely. The movement caused a faint noise. Small, but enough. A shadow shifted. Before either of them could react. Someone was already there. Ifibo. Standing directly in front of them. His eyes locked onto theirs, cold and unyielding. They had been found. Vikir's mind raced. No escape. No time. But then, something caught his attention. The scent coming from Ifibo. It was familiar. Too familiar. A suffocating pressure filled the air. It was unmistakable. The presence of an elite corpse. Quilty had already sensed them. With perfect composure, he stepped forward from the shadows, a pleasant smile resting on his lips as if nothing was amiss. His gaze landed directly on them, calm, but far too knowing. Well now, he said lightly, his tone smooth and welcoming, what an honor. To think I would meet the saintess here of all places. His eyes shifted toward Dolores, amusement flickering within them. You seem to have an interesting habit, he added, tilting his head slightly. Hiding away in corners, listening to things you shouldn't. Then his smile deepened, subtle, but laced with something far more suggestive. Or perhaps, he continued, glancing between her and Vikir, you were simply enjoying a private moment together? Dolores stiffened instantly. Her face flushed with shock and anger. Being discovered like this was already humiliating, but Quilty's insinuations only made it worse. She clenched her fists, struggling to contain herself. Meanwhile, Quilty's attention drifted toward Vikir. His eyes lingered on the academy uniform. A volunteer, he murmured. But then, something changed. A faint, sickly green light shimmered within his pupils as he studied Vikir more closely. The glasses concealed much of his face, but Quilty wasn't satisfied with a surface glance. He leaned in slightly. And saw. A face far more striking than he expected. For a brief moment, silence fell. Inside Quilty's mind, something twisted. Interest turned into desire. That face, it was flawless. Rare. Valuable. A perfect addition. His thoughts spiraled into something grotesque, imagining how well it would fit among his collection, a category reserved only for the finest. But before his imagination could run further, a sharp cough cut through the air. His brother. A reminder. Reality snapped back into place. Quilty blinked once, his expression returning to its usual calm, as if nothing had crossed his mind at all. Ah, duty calls, he said casually. With one last lingering look, he offered them a polite, unsettling smile. Until next time. And just like that, he turned and left, his group following behind him. Silence settled in their wake. Vikir didn't move. His gaze remained fixed, not on Quilty, but on Ifibo. Sharp. Calculating. Beside him, Dolores trembled. Not with fear. But with fury. Her emotions surged uncontrollably as everything she had just witnessed replayed in her mind. The casual discussion of sins, the buying of absolution, the utter mockery of the very God she had devoted her life to. And she had done nothing. Could do nothing. That realization burned. Finally, she snapped. Turning toward Vikir, she demanded answers, her voice breaking through the silence as she questioned why he had dragged her into hiding, why he had made it seem like they were spying on something so dangerous. But mid-sentence, she stopped. Something felt wrong. Vikir's expression. There was no anger. No panic. No frustration. Only calm. Cold, controlled calm. It unsettled her. Then, in a quiet voice, he spoke. An apology. Simple. Direct. He admitted his actions had been sudden, careless. He assured her it wouldn't happen again. The sincerity in his tone caught her completely off guard. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. This wasn't the Vikir she knew. Without waiting for her answer, he turned. I've spent too much time here, he said calmly. I need to get back. And just like that, he walked away. Dolores remained where she stood, frozen in place. Her anger had faded, replaced by something else. Confusion. And a lingering unease. Because for the briefest moment, she had seen it. A flash of something dark within him. Something dangerous. Elsewhere, Vikir moved quietly, his thoughts already racing ahead. Piece by piece, everything had fallen into place. Quilty Luan Indulgentia. A man who spent exactly 2 hours each day at the orphanage. Not for charity. Not for faith. But for business. Selling exemptions to nobles and merchants desperate to erase their sins. Transactions recorded carefully. Ledgers maintained. Reports sent. All of it traced back to a single name. Cardinal Humber Luen Quadis. The head of the Quadis family. Dolores's father. Vikir's eyes darkened slightly. And then there were the guards. 4 of them. Always present. Always watching. Through careful observation, he had confirmed it. One of them was the masked figure from the orphanage incident. The same presence. The same scent. Which meant, the remaining 3 were no ordinary escorts either. Each of them likely possessed strength on par with top-ranking graduates. Monsters. Every one of them. Vikir exhaled slowly. Taking down Quilty wouldn't be simple. Not yet. Not like this. If he wanted to kill an elite corpse, he would first have to eliminate the guards. One by one. A direct confrontation would be suicide. So he adjusted his approach. A plan began forming in his mind. Precise. Patient. Lethal. Later. From a distance, 3 figures watched in complete disbelief. PG, Tudor, and Sancho. Their eyes were locked on a single scene. Vikir. Kneeling quietly. Surrounded by an enormous pile of laundry. Washing everything by hand. No complaints. No hesitation. Just silent, methodical work. The contrast was absurd. The same person who carried such a terrifying presence. Now calmly scrubbing clothes like it was the most normal thing in the world. None of them could make sense of it. From a short distance away, PG, Tudor, and Sancho watched Vikir in stunned silence. There he was, relentlessly working through mountains of laundry by hand, sleeves rolled up, sweat dripping down his brow, moving with unwavering discipline. The sight was enough to leave all 3 whispering among themselves. Is he overdoing it? Sancho, who had originally planned to coast through volunteer duty by doing the absolute minimum, suddenly felt ashamed of himself. Watching Vikir work so earnestly made his own laziness feel embarrassing. Tudor was even more deeply affected. To him, Vikir's tireless dedication looked nothing short of heroic. His golden eyes lit with admiration as he clenched his fist dramatically. This, he declared, is what a true hero looks like. Sancho, inspired despite himself, immediately joined in. PG, caught in the momentum, raised his fist as well. Together, the 3 shouted with absurd enthusiasm. Everyone follow Vikir. Their fiery motivation echoed through the orphanage grounds. Meanwhile, Vikir simply wiped the sweat from his forehead, mildly bewildered by the sudden burst of admiration. Still, they weren't entirely wrong. Since his movements during the day were restricted due to constant observation, he had decided to maximize his usefulness by completing as much orphanage work as possible while simultaneously gathering information. Efficiency above all. A few hours later, the atmosphere shifted. The courtyard was now filled with laughter as children played an energetic game of run flat. Teams shouted, feet pounded against the dirt, and joyful screams rang through the open space. But one child remained apart from the others. Perry. As always, she sat quietly by herself, watching from a distance instead of joining in. Her expression was distant. Reserved. Then, thump, a black object bounced beside her. Once. Twice. Her attention immediately shifted. Sitting nearby was Vikir. For once, his expression carried the faintest trace of playful intent as he casually bounced a small black sphere in his hand. The object naturally drew Perry's curiosity. Even the quietest children couldn't ignore something like that. But this was no ordinary toy. It was Madame's egg. A mysterious, unhatched black orb Vikir typically kept for emergencies. He certainly hadn't expected to use it as a makeshift plaything. Still, as Perry's eyes slowly brightened, Vikir realized his strategy was working. He bounced it again. And again. Soon, Perry was completely captivated. Her earlier gloom began to melt away, replaced by genuine curiosity. Eventually, she reached for it herself. And for the first time, a smile spread across her face. A real one. Bright. Pure. Vikir silently considered the mission a success. Watching her play, he allowed himself a rare moment of quiet satisfaction. Then, "Wow, you're actually really kind." Sinclair's cheerful voice broke the moment. She approached with her usual radiant energy, her fiery hair practically glowing in the sunlight. "At first, I thought you were just some cold, serious guy," she admitted with a teasing smile. She leaned in slightly. "But now, I kind of want to get closer to you." Her straightforwardness was impossible to ignore. Despite being younger, Sinclair boldly asked if she could speak to him more casually. Vikir gave her a sharp sideways glance. After a brief pause, he answered in his usual dry tone. "Do what you want." To Sinclair, that was practically a grand victory. Her face lit up instantly. "Then I'll call you Big Brother." "No." The response was immediate. Flat. Absolute. Sinclair burst into laughter. Okay, she said, grinning mischievously. "I'll think of something better next time." Vikir merely nodded, already exhausted. Nearby, Perry continued happily playing with Madam's egg. Until suddenly, the egg twitched, moved, and then, it slipped free from her hands. Bounce, 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 straight toward the fence. Before anyone could react, the egg rolled through a narrow opening and dropped directly into the dark, murky estuary beyond. Plop. Silence. Perry froze. Her entire body stiffened in disbelief. Then her eyes began to tremble. Sinclair and Vikir rushed to the fence. The black orb was gone, swallowed by the filthy water below. Sinclair immediately tried to comfort Perry. "It's okay," she said gently. "There's no way anyone could get that back now." But Perry's expression crumbled. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned desperately toward Vikir. That look. Fear. Sadness. Loss. Vikir crouched down in front of her. "It's fine," he said softly. "Don't cry." But even as he reassured her, he could see how deeply upset she was. And that was enough. With a quiet sigh, he reached for his uniform. Buckle. Strap. He began removing it. Sinclair blinked. Perry stared. Vikir had already made his decision. He couldn't leave it there. Not when it mattered this much to her. Elsewhere, Dolores stood nearby, deep in thought. The events of earlier still weighed heavily on her mind. Her assumptions about Vikir had been simple before. A reckless student. Too quick to judge. Too rough around the edges. Someone whose numerous demerits had landed him in volunteer service. But now, that image was beginning to fracture. The more she observed him, the more she listened, the harder it became to reconcile that first impression with the person she was actually seeing. The 10-day volunteer period at the Indulgentia orphanage had slowly begun reshaping how others viewed Vikir, which, frankly, was a miracle considering his usual personality had all the warmth of a sharpened guillotine. Dolores first began hearing the truth from those around her. Tudor, practically bursting with admiration, eagerly explained how Vikir had been the first to step forward whenever difficult work appeared. Whether it was helping the kitchen staff prepare endless meals, repairing broken pipes when hot water vanished, or handling exhausting chores without complaint, Vikir always moved before anyone else. Sancho, still dressed in his cook's apron, admitted with visible embarrassment that while he had originally planned to do the bare minimum, Vikir's relentless work ethic had made him ashamed of his own laziness. PG added that Vikir had spent hours washing clothes by hand, fixing water systems, and assisting wherever needed, all without even taking proper meals for himself. Bianca, though less openly emotional, confirmed that he had even helped her hang laundry before immediately volunteering for recreational duties with the children. As Dolores listened, her assumptions began to crumble. She had judged him harshly, believing him to be reckless, prejudiced, and driven by arrogance. But now, faced with overwhelming testimony of his quiet dedication, she realized the prejudice had been her own. Vikir had not hidden her earlier out of selfishness or manipulation. He had acted to protect her from Quilty's dangerous presence. The realization struck deeply. Determined to correct her mistake, Dolores set out to find him and offer a sincere apology. Eventually, she discovered Vikir near the orphanage fence alongside Sinclair and Perry. The small mute girl looked distraught as all three stared down into the dark estuary below. Perry's treasured black ball, which was actually Vikir's mysterious madam's egg, had slipped through the fence and fallen into the filthy waters. Before Dolores could fully process the situation, Vikir calmly removed his uniform jacket and shoes, placing them neatly aside with absurd precision, because apparently even reckless heroics required organization. Then, without hesitation, he vaulted over the barrier. Dolores froze. Sinclair immediately turned crimson, flustered beyond reason, while Perry watched in wide-eyed panic. Vikir plunged straight into the murky black water below. Moments later, he resurfaced like some cursed legend dragged from the abyss itself, soaked from head to toe, his dark hair plastered to his face, the recovered ball clenched triumphantly in one hand. As if the universe itself had developed dramatic instincts, sunlight broke through the clouds at that exact moment, casting radiant golden light over his soaked figure. Standing there, emerging from darkness with quiet determination, Vikir looked less like a delinquent student and more like the protagonist of some absurdly overfunded heroic epic. Holding the recovered ball out to Perry, he spoke gently. Now you don't have to feel bad about losing it. The impact was immediate. Sinclair, Dolores, and Perry all stared at him in stunned silence. For Dolores, this shattered the final remnants of her misunderstanding. For Sinclair, it deepened her already growing fascination. But for Perry, the moment was life-changing. For perhaps the first time in years, someone had chosen not to abandon her feelings, not to dismiss her pain, but to dive into literal filth just to protect her smile. Something long dormant in her fragile heart stirred once more. In the days that followed, Perry gradually grew closer to Vikir. On the final day of volunteering, while the other boys exhausted themselves playing games with the children in the field, Perry quietly approached Vikir beneath his usual tree. Nervous and red-faced, she carried a small bouquet and a handmade flower crown. Gathering every ounce of courage her small heart possessed, she gently placed the flower crown on his head. Vikir blinked, visibly confused by the unexpected decoration, which, honestly, was fair. Unable to speak, Perry instead took his hand and slowly traced words onto his palm. "Thank you." She thanked him for staying by her side, for treating her kindly, and for retrieving the ball she had lost. Vikir, though emotionally outmatched by a silent orphan child, reassured her that it had been nothing. Then Perry hesitated. With trembling fingers, she wrote another question. "Can we meet again?" The weight of that question struck Vikir harder than most battles. He understood what it truly meant. Perry wasn't simply asking for another visit. She was asking whether he, too, would become another person who disappeared from her life. For someone constantly walking the edge of death in his war against demons, promises were dangerous things. Yet looking at Perry's fragile hope, Vikir made a choice. "We'll meet again," he told her. Then, more solemnly, "If there's a tomorrow for me, I'll come back." For Perry, those words were everything. Her face lit with pure joy as she wrote one final title onto his palm. "Older brother." Vikir chuckled softly before correcting her in his usual dry manner. "Call me uncle instead." Meanwhile, the final ceremony began in the orphanage's grand hall. Quiltilwan Indulgentia finally appeared before the gathered volunteers, delivering an emotionally manipulative speech so polished it could have fooled saints and politicians alike. He praised the volunteers' kindness, mourned the children's hardships, and spoke passionately of love, generosity, and the future. Many attendees were moved to tears. PG, predictably, was already sobbing like civilization itself had collapsed. But Vikir saw through every word. To him, Quilty's speech was nothing more than a demon weaponizing compassion to extract donations and maintain influence. As volunteers lined up to contribute gold, Vikir stood apart. Sinclair approached, puzzled by his refusal to donate. His answer was blunt. "I have no money." Technically true. But more importantly, he had no intention of funding a demon's grotesque schemes. Their conversation shifted, and Sinclair once again offered him warmth he neither expected nor fully understood. She invited him to visit her home during future holidays, suggesting he spend time with her family. Vikir found her kindness deeply unsettling, largely because genuine human decency seemed to confuse him more than murderous conspiracies. Yet what truly occupied his mind was Sinclair herself. Before his regression, Sinclair's current identity had only been a disguise. In truth, she would one day become one of the most brilliant figures of her generation, an unparalleled prodigy who dominated the academy before vanishing without explanation. As Vikir watched her walk away, his thoughts deepened. Between the elite corpses, Quilty's corruption, Perry's fragile trust, and Sinclair's mysterious future, the threads of fate around him were tightening. And soon enough, blood would follow. Once the final donations had been collected, Quilty stepped forward once more, his polished voice filling the grand hall with practiced warmth. With the air of a benevolent shepherd guiding his flock, he announced that it was now time for the orphanage children to properly thank the volunteers who had cared for them during the past 10 days. The performance was immaculate, manipulative enough to wring tears from nearly everyone present. Revolting, really, how easily people folded under a silver tongue. Tudor was already sobbing openly, clutching the child he had mentored as though they were family. Through tears, he made an impassioned vow to return every single week until he became a true hero, and even after achieving that dream, he swore he would continue visiting. Sancho knelt before another boy, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with solemn sincerity. Drawing from northern tradition, he reminded the child that the future of the empire rested on the shoulders of its youth and urged him to grow strong. PG, naturally, was an emotional wreck. Surrounded by crying children, he loudly promised that he would return with mountains of delicious food for them all. Even Bianca, who usually maintained a sharp and composed exterior, found herself struggling to hold back tears as she embraced a little girl tightly, realizing just how deeply attached she had become during their time there. While the other volunteers shared heartfelt farewells, Vikir remained apart from the emotional spectacle, his sharp eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. His instincts were not dulled by sentimentality. Glancing through the crowd, he spotted Dolores gently comforting several children, patting their heads with saintly tenderness. Quietly approaching her, Vikir called her name. Startled, Dolores turned sharply, only for her composure to falter as memories of Vikir's earlier display, shirtless, drenched in filthy estuary water, and illuminated by sunlight, forcefully resurfaced in her mind. Ridiculous what the brain chooses to cling to. Flustered, she tried to maintain her dignity as Vikir immediately shifted to business, asking about Perry's whereabouts. Dolores paused, scanning the room. Only then did she realize Perry was nowhere to be seen. Her last memory of the girl was from earlier that morning. A chilling sense of urgency gripped Vikir instantly. Without another word, he turned and rushed off, his movements so abrupt that Dolores had no choice but to follow. His bloodhound senses sharpened, every nerve straining as his instincts guided him. Then, in the distance, he saw Quilty. The false priest stood with his usual elegant composure, but the demonic grin curling on his lips betrayed something monstrous beneath the surface. That single expression was enough. The bloodhound within Vikir fully awakened. His crimson eyes blazed beneath the surface, bloodlust surging violently as his murderous intent locked onto Dantalion. By nightfall, while the emotionally exhausted volunteers slept peacefully in their beds, believing their work at the orphanage complete, Vikir's bed remained empty. Elsewhere within the sprawling orphanage complex, specifically the fourth building that housed the children's dormitories, Quilty's 4 monstrous bodyguards patrolled the halls under cover of darkness. Armed and vigilant, they moved through the dim corridors before splitting off to cover separate sectors. One of them, Iphibo, stalked alone through a shadow-filled hallway. The silence was oppressive. Then, from the darkness, something stirred. A figure cloaked in shadows emerged, glowing red eyes piercing through the gloom behind the unmistakable plague doctor mask. The night bloodhound. Sensing danger, Iphibo whirled around, weapon raised, but found only emptiness behind him. Before he could react further, a cold voice echoed from ahead. "I have a question." In an instant, Vikir appeared directly before him, so fast and silent it felt less like movement and more like teleportation. His oppressive presence crushed the air itself. His question was mercilessly direct. "Where are the children being held as food for the elite corpses?" Iphibo gave no answer. Instead, he swung his massive mace in a lethal arc. A pointless gesture. Before the attack could even complete its path, Vikir's blade flashed once. Iphibo's head separated cleanly from his body. The kill was so swift it bordered on absurdity. Holding the severed head in one hand, Vikir stared at it briefly before dryly muttering that questioning someone incapable of speech was rather pointless. Human error, apparently not exclusive to humans anymore. Then he summoned Beelzebub. The demonic sword radiated ominous crimson energy, filling the hallway with murderous pressure. Vikir's voice was ice-cold. "I don't have time to play. It's hunting time." Yet even after death, the horror was not over. Smoke began to pour from Iphibo's severed head, seeping from every opening until the flesh itself collapsed away. The grotesque disguise disintegrated, leaving behind only the cursed mask that had allowed the demon to alter appearances. As the smoke cleared, Vikir examined the revealed face beneath. Recognition struck immediately. The features resembled Pedro, Dolores's Holy Knight bodyguard, someone Vikir had once known. But subtle differences, a mole near the eye, exposed the truth. This wasn't Pedro. It was Pedro's younger brother. Memories surfaced. Before regression, Pedro had often spoken of his missing sibling who vanished during isolation training. Now Vikir understood. The boy had never simply disappeared. He had been hunted, murdered, and transformed into one of Dantalion's undead servants. Rage unlike anything before ignited within Vikir. His red eyes burned with murderous fury. Before he could process further, 2 additional bodyguards emerged from the shadows. One bore long blonde hair, the other short hair, both armed with dual blades and moving with terrifying speed. Vikir couldn't help but wonder if these, too, were once innocent victims twisted into monsters. He attacked immediately. Beelzebub carved through the air with blood-red force, his bloodhound aura exploding outward. But these enemies were no ordinary prey. They vanished. Reappearing instantly at his flanks, they counterattacked with blinding speed, their blades managing to draw blood. Steel clashed. Explosions thundered. Dust engulfed the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a sacred prayer chamber elsewhere in the orphanage, Dolores knelt before a statue of the goddess, reciting her prayers with trembling reverence. Yet despite her efforts, her concentration repeatedly betrayed her. Instead of divine focus, her thoughts kept returning, rather inconveniently, to the image of Vikir emerging from filthy water like some deranged heroic myth. Flustered and deeply annoyed with herself, Dolores tried desperately to suppress the distraction. Then the sounds of battle reached her. Her attention snapped upward. Through drifting clouds of dust and debris, a figure emerged. The Plague Doctor mask. The Night Bloodhound. The very vigilante she had been searching for. Only now, he was inside the orphanage, fighting Quilty's guards. Confusion, shock, and realization crashed into her all at once. Without thinking, Dolores cried out to him. That single moment of distraction caused Vikir to turn his head. And in battle, one moment is all it takes for disaster. The brief distraction cost Vikir dearly. One of the undead bodyguards moved with ruthless precision, exploiting the split second his attention shifted toward Dolores. A blade drove violently through Vikir's abdomen, piercing clean through his stomach. The force was monstrous. Vikir's body was hurled backward like a ragdoll, blood spraying through the air as he crashed hard across the stone floor, skidding past Dolores before finally collapsing in a motionless heap. For a heartbeat, silence ruled. Then the remaining bodyguards advanced, weapons raised, ready to finish the hunt. Dolores, despite her confusion and fear, made her choice instantly. Without hesitation, she stepped directly in front of Vikir's fallen body, arms spread wide in defiance. Her voice rang out, firm and commanding, ordering them to stop. Though she still didn't fully grasp the horrifying reality unfolding before her, her instincts as a saint would not allow her to stand aside and watch an execution. She believed there had to be another path, some way to resolve this madness without more bloodshed. A tragically optimistic thought. The undead ignored her entirely. Their weapons rose. They intended to cut her down without hesitation. Yet Dolores did not retreat. Closing her eyes, she stood her ground, fully prepared to die protecting the mysterious vigilante. Then came his voice. Move. Low. Dangerous. Absolute. Before the fatal strikes could land, Vikir rose. His regenerative abilities had already begun repairing the catastrophic wound, flesh knitting together through sheer monstrous endurance. In a blur of motion, he placed himself before Dolores once more. Beelzebub screamed through the air as he parried one strike, while his own arm intercepted another blade meant for Dolores. Steel embedded deep into his flesh. But he did not flinch. Dolores opened her eyes just in time to see him standing there, bloodied and wounded, yet shielding her completely. Beneath the plague mask, Vikir's crimson eyes burned brighter than ever. Predatory. Furious. Killer mode. His voice remained eerily calm. Everything will be fine. Frankly, the kind of thing only a lunatic or a true protector says while impaled. Then he attacked. Fueled by pain, bloodlust, and righteous fury, Vikir unleashed a devastating counteroffensive. His strikes came like a storm. The long-haired bodyguard's blade shattered under the overwhelming force of Beelzebub, fragments exploding outward before the undead could even comprehend what had happened. In the same motion, Vikir drove his demonic sword directly through the creature's throat. Steel tore flesh apart. Blood erupted. The corpse collapsed. The second bodyguard lunged, assuming Vikir was vulnerable with his blade lodged in the first enemy. A fatal assumption. Channeling his bloodhound aura into Beelzebub, Vikir ripped the weapon free and, in one seamless slash, severed the attacker's neck completely. Before the final guard could react, Vikir pivoted with terrifying precision and decapitated them as well. 3 kills. Seconds. The hallway became a slaughterhouse. Blood painted the walls. Severed limbs and corpses collapsed around him. Dolores stood frozen, trembling violently. The sheer brutality, precision, and overwhelming force of the Night Bloodhound left her shaken to her core. This was not simply combat. This was extermination. Vikir, drenched in blood, stood amidst the carnage with steady breathing, as though none of it had taxed him in the slightest. Dolores finally found her voice, shouting in concern over his injuries, especially the blade still lodged in his arm. But Vikir dismissed her worries coldly. His focus remained elsewhere. He questioned why the saint was wandering through such danger so late at night, though deeper down, her reckless courage had clearly registered. Dolores, still processing the chaos, voiced the question haunting her. Why had Quilty's own guards attacked her? Shouldn't they have recognized her status? Vikir answered not with words, but by pointing toward one of the fallen bodyguard's severed heads. As Dolores watched, the grotesque transformation began. Smoke poured from the corpse's features. The stolen flesh melted away. The horrifying truth revealed itself. These weren't normal guards. They were undead abominations wearing stolen faces. Dolores nearly vomited. Her faith, her family's institutions, and her understanding of reality all trembled under this revelation. Vikir explained with icy bluntness that Quilty's bodyguards were crafted monsters, humans kidnapped, killed, and repurposed into demonic servants. Why? Dolores whispered, horrified. Vikir's answer was like a knife. You should know better than anyone. The implication shattered her. Her father. The church. The exemption system. The corruption. For the first time, the horrifying possibility that evil had rooted itself deeply within her own world became undeniable. Meanwhile, Vikir inspected the revealed corpses more closely. Recognition struck again. One body belonged to Staffordshire Baskerville, a Pitbull Order member who had mysteriously vanished during isolation training. Another bore markings from the Donahoe family. More disappearances. More noble heirs. More training accidents. The pattern finally became unmistakable. Isolation training. It wasn't training. It was a harvesting system. Prestigious bloodlines were being targeted, abducted, and transformed into elite undead assets. The scale of the conspiracy was staggering. But before Vikir could fully process this revelation, fire erupted. An explosion tore through the corridor. Then another. Flames engulfed everything. Acting instantly, Vikir wrapped his cape around Dolores, shielding her from the inferno as firestorms ripped through the orphanage halls. When the flames finally subsided, a new figure emerged from the blazing destruction. A woman. Long red hair. Eyes cold and lifeless. Magic swirling around her hand. Vikir froze. He recognized her immediately. Camus. A woman who had once desired marriage with him. Now she stood before him as something twisted and unnatural. Whether fully undead or something even worse remained uncertain. But one truth was obvious. She was powerful. Very powerful. With a raised hand, she conjured blazing fire lances and steel-forged projectiles, combining advanced elemental magic with terrifying precision. The heat distorted the air itself. Dolores, despite her fear and increasingly inconvenient emotional turmoil over Vikir's repeated acts of protection, quickly realized the attacks targeted both of them. She offered to fight beside him. To heal him. To support him. Vikir refused every offer. Coldly. This is my hunt. Because apparently near-death experiences do little to soften his social skills. Camus launched her barrage. Fire and steel rained down with lethal force. Yet Vikir advanced directly into the storm. With impossible speed and precision, Beelzebub carved through the incoming lances, splitting them apart mid-flight as explosions detonated harmlessly around him. Even while surrounded by fire and death, his focus remained absolute. Because beneath the undead exterior, he couldn't ignore what haunted him most. This woman had once been human. Once been someone real. And now, like so many others, she had become another stolen life weaponized by demons. Vikir advanced through the storm of steel and fire without hesitation, his silhouette swallowed by explosions as blazing lances crashed into his body. Flames roared around him, consuming the corridor in violent bursts, yet when the smoke cleared, he was still standing. He did not dodge. He did not retreat. Instead, he deliberately allowed each strike to tear into him. A lance pierced his shoulder. Another ripped through his side, shredding flesh and staining his uniform crimson. One embedded itself deep enough to draw a brutal spray of blood, yet Vikir continued forward as though pain itself had no authority over him. His hand shot out, catching one of the steel lances midair before it could fully drive through him, his grip tightening around the burning weapon. Each step was slow, relentless, and terrifying. From behind, Dolores watched in horror, her breath catching in her throat. None of it made sense. He wasn't fighting defensively. He wasn't trying to survive. He was enduring. Almost as if he couldn't bring himself to strike back properly. Questions tore through her mind. Did he know this undead woman? Was there some hidden history between them? Why else would the feared night bloodhound willingly suffer such devastating wounds? As Vikir pressed through the barrage, his mind drifted backward into memories he had long buried. Before his regression, Camus Morgue had been one of the brightest talents of her generation, a young woman with extraordinary potential and an unshakable bond with her family, especially Adolphe Morgue. She had once possessed warmth, ambition, and the promise of greatness. But now she stood before him as a twisted undead puppet. Regret twisted like poison in his chest. He remembered the choices he had made, the plans he had set into motion, and the subtle manipulations that may have altered her fate. Had his interference pushed her toward this horrific end? For the first time in a long while, guilt shook him. What have I done? That single thought echoed louder than the explosions. Standing face to face with the red-haired undead, Vikir saw another fire spell beginning to form in her hand. But before she could release it, his hand lashed out, seizing her wrist and forcing it downward. With his other hand, he tore away the mask covering her face. From a distance, Dolores gasped. The sight beneath the mask visibly rattled even Vikir, whose composure was nearly unbreakable. Beneath the disguise was confirmation of his deepest fear. It truly was her. Yet even then, the undead woman did not stop. Fire gathered once more in her palm, preparing for a final point-blank attack. Vikir's response was immediate. Beelzebub flashed through the air in a single merciless arc. Her head separated cleanly from her body. The flames vanished instantly. Her lifeless form collapsed to the floor, the battle ending in chilling silence. For a moment, Vikir remained standing. Then his body gave out. He dropped to his knees, blood pouring from countless wounds as the full burden of the fight crashed over him. His breathing became ragged, his body trembling under accumulated pain. Dolores rushed to his side without hesitation. Holy light radiated from her hands as healing magic enveloped him, slowly knitting together torn flesh and closing the worst of his injuries. As she worked, her eyes lingered on the corpse. Her voice came softly, cautiously. "Did you know her?" Vikir remained silent for a long moment. His gaze stayed fixed downward, hidden beneath his mask. When he finally answered, his voice was steady, controlled, and carefully empty. "No, I didn't." Relief washed over Dolores, though uncertainty still lingered. Once his condition stabilized, Vikir rose again, though pain still coursed through his battered frame. Dolores tried to protest, insisting he needed further treatment, but his expression made it clear the conversation was over. Then Dolores asked the question she could no longer suppress. "Why? Why are you fighting like this? Why would you go this far?" Vikir paused. Then, with cold certainty, he gave her the truth. "I hunt demons." The words struck Dolores like thunder. This was no random battle. No accident. This was a personal war. Ignoring her stunned silence, Vikir bent down and gathered the 4 demonic masks worn by Quilty's bodyguards. Each radiated sinister energy, confirming his suspicions that these relics were the source of their corruption. But before he could act further, an unnatural voice slithered through the darkness. "Hey, hand over that relic." Both Vikir and Dolores froze. Their eyes snapped toward the corpse. To Dolores's horror, a grotesque mouth had formed on the stomach of the decapitated undead body. Lips twisted unnaturally as the demonic presence spoke through the corpse itself. The entity casually referenced the fallen guards, almost mockingly, noting that they had merely been borrowed from another powerful figure who would surely be displeased by their destruction. Then its tone sharpened. "So, you're the one who's been attacking my branches." Vikir's eyes narrowed beneath his mask, his killing intent intensifying. His answer came cold and immediate. "You already know." Vikir's gaze turned glacial as the grotesque voice speaking from the corpse pushed its luck too far. "You're Quilty." The accusation struck like a blade through illusion itself. Beside him, Dolores froze as the horrifying truth finally slammed into place. The beloved headmaster of the orphanage, Quilty Luen Indulgentia, had never been a benevolent caretaker. He had been a demon hiding behind a saintly smile the entire time. From the corpse, Quilty's laughter slithered through the air, mocking and carefree. "So you figured it out." There was no panic in his tone. No fear. Only amusement. To him, being exposed by the saint herself merely made things more entertaining. He casually discarded his false identity, as though shedding old clothes. Quilty no longer had any use for pretense. Worse still, Dolores's discovery had instantly transformed her from respected guest into prey. Now that she knew his true nature, there was no longer any reason to restrain himself. Dolores trembled. The sheer weight of revelation threatened to crush her. The trusted holy figure she had known was, in truth, a monstrous collector of stolen lives. Quilty reveled in her fear, grinning wickedly as he imagined adding her beautiful face to his collection. But then, something changed. Dolores slowly clasped her hands together in prayer. The trembling ceased. Fear gave way to radiant conviction. A golden aura ignited around her body, warm and brilliant, like divine judgment itself had answered her call. Her voice rang out with holy authority, powerful enough to shake the darkness. "The light of my life, the flame of my soul, and the sin I carry, let the wicked bear the weight of their evil twofold." With that declaration, a colossal pillar of divine light crashed down from above. Holy radiance engulfed Quilty's vessel entirely. His screams tore through the night as sacred power reduced the corpse to ash. The demonic laughter vanished, replaced by agonized shrieks as divine punishment consumed him. When the light faded, nothing remained but blackened dust. Dolores stood tall, her breathing steady, her expression resolute. "Reflect in the afterlife, demon." For one brief moment, it seemed over. Naturally, life refused to be that simple. A sinister presence stirred within the shadows. Before either of them could react, a blast of sickly green demonic energy exploded from darkness and tore straight through Vikir's body. The sheer force sent him crashing backward. Even Vikir, with all his monstrous reflexes, had been caught off guard. Dolores rushed to him in alarm, but her eyes widened as the true source of evil finally emerged. Quilty stepped forward. Tall, grotesque, and radiating malicious power, the elite corpse strolled from the darkness with an amused grin, licking his lips as though savoring the terror before him. Interrupting my prayer? Such terrible manners. Because apparently demons also found sarcasm charming. Despite her fear, Dolores immediately placed herself between Quilty and the wounded Vikir, shielding him with her own body. How dare you wear the cloak of holiness while committing such evil? Quilty merely smiled wider. To him, her courage was delicious. He mocked her openly, questioning whether an inexperienced saint and a dying swordsman could truly challenge an elite corpse like him. As he reached out and touched her face, Dolores fought to suppress the terror clawing through her heart. Quilty could feel it. He savored it. You're pretending to be brave, he whispered. But your fear, it's exquisite. Drool slipped from his twisted grin as he admired the face he so desperately wanted to steal. Then, in an instant, everything changed. A crimson blade erupted upward from beneath Quilty's jaw. Beelzebub. The demonic sword pierced straight through his skull. Quilty's expression froze. Dolores gasped. Behind the demon stood Vikir, very much alive, his mask concealing what was undoubtedly a vicious smirk. You really thought I was finished? Turns out pretending to be half dead was all part of Vikir's plan. Humans do love dramatic reveals. Vikir coldly explained how he had studied Quilty's behavior from the beginning. He had learned 3 things. First, Quilty was a coward who discarded subordinates without hesitation. Second, he preferred manipulation over direct confrontation. Third, he would only reveal his true form once he believed his enemy was helpless. So Vikir deliberately played the wounded victim, baiting the demon into exposing himself. And it worked perfectly. Or, mostly perfectly. Because even with Beelzebub lodged through his skull, Quilty simply began laughing. His glowing green eyes refocused. Call me Dantalion. The true name of the elite corpse emerged. Dolores could only stare in horror. The demon was alive, even after such a fatal blow. Dantalion mocked Vikir's elaborate deception, calling him a method-acting brat, because apparently even ancient horrors appreciated insults. Then, horrifyingly, the flesh of his ruined face twisted. Another face emerged. A woman's. Dantalion revealed the full extent of his macabre ability. He didn't merely steal appearances. He collected faces. Memories. Identities. Every stolen face became another life he could perfectly imitate. Quilty had simply been one mask among countless others. Unless every stolen identity was destroyed, Dantalion could never truly die. Vikir's answer was immediate and merciless. Then I'll kill every last one. Without hesitation, he drove Beelzebub deeper into Dantalion's body. But as his blade pierced the demon's stolen vessel, something unexpected happened. The woman whose body had been used began to stir. For the first time, it seemed one of Dantalion's stolen victims might still remain somewhere beneath the nightmare. Tears poured from the stolen woman's eyes as her body convulsed beneath Dantalion's possession. For one fleeting, horrifying moment, her true consciousness resurfaced. Blood spilled from her lips as she reached desperately toward Vikir, her trembling voice cracking under unbearable terror. Please, save me. I don't want to die. The plea was raw, human, agonizing. Then her voice was abruptly silenced. Life vanished from her eyes as the body crumpled to the floor like a discarded puppet, empty once more. Even Dolores, who had already witnessed enough horror to shatter most minds, stood frozen in shock. But the nightmare wasn't finished. The corpse suddenly began to tear itself apart from within. A sickening sound of ripping flesh echoed through the burning orphanage as something forced its way outward. From the ruined body emerged another stolen identity. This time, a man. He stumbled free, disoriented and trembling, his eyes darting around in confusion rather than malice. Where am I? His voice shook. The last thing I remember? I was buying meat pies for my daughter. He never got to finish. Beelzebub flashed. One clean strike. His head separated from his body before the demon could complete its manipulation. The corpse collapsed. Vikir's voice was merciless. You're too arrogant. There was no hesitation. No sympathy for the deception. He understood what Dolores was only beginning to grasp, that these forms were not rescues waiting to happen. They were weapons. Emotional traps. Psychological bait designed to create hesitation. And Vikir had long since abandoned hesitation. Almost immediately, Dantalion shed that form as well. A new figure emerged. This time, a crying child. The small boy's face was streaked with tears, his tiny body trembling as he staggered forward. Why are you so mean? He sobbed. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you bullying me? The performance was disturbingly convincing, crafted to weaponize innocence itself. Dolores visibly faltered. Because of course she did. Most sane people don't immediately prepare to decapitate crying children. But Vikir remained utterly unmoved. "Stop pretending." His voice was colder than steel. The memory of Andromalius, another demon who had used similar psychological tricks, surfaced in his mind. False faces. False victims. Manufactured guilt. Dantalion's methods were grotesque, but not unfamiliar. Vikir had already learned the price of falling for such lies. Realizing his act had failed, the demon dropped the disguise. The crying child's body twisted grotesquely, flesh warping and splitting as Dantalion's true monstrous form resurfaced once more. Eyes blinked from unnatural places. Mouths stretched across skin that should not have held them. Hands deformed into grotesque appendages. The elite corpse grinned. "You really are a stone-cold killer." The insult barely registered. Then Dantalion moved. One clawed finger suddenly elongated, morphing into a sharpened projectile. Before Vikir could fully react, it shot forward and embedded itself directly into his wrist. Vikir's eyes narrowed. A grotesque fragment of living flesh attached itself to him like a parasite. Dantalion's childish stolen voice echoed with cruel delight. "A little gift, from me to you." Naturally, demons couldn't simply lose gracefully. They always had to be dramatic about it. Vikir struck back instantly, sending Dantalion hurtling away, but the damage had already been done. As the demon's body twisted through the air and reshaped itself yet again, Vikir's body suddenly faltered. Pain exploded through his mind. His vision blurred. His breathing became ragged. A nauseating wave of mental distortion crashed into him so violently that even he was forced to one knee. Dolores stared in alarm. Something was deeply wrong. Dantalion's laughter thundered through the battlefield. He gleefully revealed the nature of his attack. The parasite embedded in Vikir's wrist was no ordinary curse. It was a stolen face. A face taken from a man who had lived a life consumed by paranoia, schizophrenia, and madness so profound that he had slaughtered his own beloved family. Now those fractured memories, those delusions, those unbearable emotions, were being forcibly injected into Vikir's consciousness. Trauma not his own clawed through his thoughts. Foreign memories collided with his real ones. Fear. Madness. Violence. Grief. All of it flooding his mind simultaneously. Dantalion's grin widened grotesquely. "How does it feel? To have your own memories ripped apart by someone else's insanity? To feel trauma so deep it can shatter your mind?" For the first time in this brutal confrontation, Dantalion wasn't merely attacking Vikir's body. He was attacking his sanity itself. And that, frankly, was far more dangerous. Dantalion's strategy was cruelly efficient. He had no intention of defeating Vikir through brute force alone. Instead, the elite corpse sought to crush his mind, overwhelm his consciousness, and shatter him from within using the fractured madness of stolen lives. A sensible enough demon strategy, really. Why fight fairly when psychological warfare exists? But Vikir was not built for ordinary survival. As the curse invaded his mind, foreign trauma clawing through his sanity, Dantalion watched with grotesque anticipation, expecting the night blood hound to collapse beneath the unbearable mental burden. Instead, Vikir made a decision so savage that even the demon hesitated. Without a flicker of doubt, he raised Beelzebub. Then severed his own arm. The blade sliced clean through flesh and bone. His cursed limb crashed to the ground alongside the parasitic face attached to it, twitching grotesquely as dark blood pooled beneath it. Dolores gasped, horrified beyond words. For a moment, even she seemed unable to process what she had witnessed. Naturally, most people are somewhat attached to their limbs. But before panic could fully consume her, something even more impossible happened. Vikir's severed arm began regenerating. Muscle rewove itself. Bone reconstructed. Skin reformed. Within moments, an entirely new limb had replaced the old one, pristine and functional as though it had never been lost at all. Vikir flexed his restored hand calmly. "I'm fine." Then, with blood still dripping around him, he turned his crimson gaze toward Dantalion. "I'm not your average human." That statement, understated as it was, finally caused Dantalion's amusement to falter. For the first time, the demon truly began reassessing his opponent. His many eyes narrowed. His attention shifted toward Beelzebub. The cursed sword radiated unmistakable demonic authority. Recognition flickered. Beelzebub. Dantalion's grin weakened. A demon blade of extraordinary caliber, wielded with terrifying mastery. In that moment, Dantalion understood exactly why Andromalius had fallen. Vikir was not prey. He was a predator. And an exceptionally inconvenient one. Realizing direct mental collapse would not suffice, Dantalion adapted immediately. His grotesque flesh shifted once more, his limbs warping into sharpened weapons. But this time, he did not target Vikir. He targeted Dolores. The attack shot toward her with blinding speed. Vikir intercepted instantly. Steel met flesh in a violent clash as he shielded her without hesitation. Dantalian smiled. He had found it. A weakness. "You're predictable," the demon sneered. And then the true assault began. Attack after attack rained down upon Dolores from every angle. Each strike forced Vikir to abandon offense and defend. He moved like a relentless shield, blocking, cutting, and intercepting every lethal blow aimed at the saint. Dolores, shaken by the realization, pleaded with him. "Don't focus on me. Fight." But Vikir refused. "I can't let anything happen to you." Because to him, Dolores was more than an ally. She was essential. A cornerstone in humanity's future resistance against demonkind. Her death was unacceptable. Predictably, this made things far more complicated. As Dolores watched him bear the burden alone yet again, something inside her shifted. She saw it clearly now. In both his previous life and this one, Vikir had always stood isolated, carrying impossible burdens without complaint. And for perhaps the first time, Dolores understood how crushing that loneliness truly was. Terrified though she remained, she resolved to stand beside him. She clasped her trembling hands and began invoking holy magic once more. Golden light gathered around her. But Dantalian was prepared. A writhing mass of grotesque flesh suddenly landed before her. Eyes blinked. Mouths twisted. And from the nightmare pile came a familiar whisper. "Sister." Quilty's voice. Dolores froze instantly. Her concentration shattered. Fear surged through her body like ice water. The trauma of Quilty's deception, his cruelty, and his predatory malice struck her all at once. Her courage collapsed. Dantalian laughed. Because naturally, exploiting trauma remained his entire personality. His body transformed again, arms mutating into horrifying tentacles covered in screaming faces. Hundreds. Perhaps thousands. Each face belonged to a stolen victim, their trapped souls fused into his monstrous form. "Do you understand now?" Dantalian mocked. "Transplanting one soul is agony. But imagine hundreds, thousands, trapped together." The tentacles surged toward Vikir like a tidal wave of suffering. And Vikir answered in the only way he knew. "Then I'll cut down every single one." Beelzebub became a storm. His blade tore through tentacles, severing face after face with merciless speed. Each strike liberated another stolen fragment. Each slash was an act of defiance. Dantalian watched with cruel amusement. "How long can you keep this up? Will you really cut down thousands?" Vikir ignored him. He kept cutting. Relentless. Unstoppable. Until he saw one face. Perry. The small, silent orphan whose fragile trust he had sworn to protect. Her face emerged among the swarm. And for one devastating moment, Vikir hesitated. It was only an instant. But against Dantalian, an instant was enough. The endless horde surged forward. Faces, bodies, stolen souls, and grotesque flesh engulfed him completely. The night bloodhound vanished beneath the crushing tide. Consumed. Buried. Swallowed whole. When Vikir opened his eyes again, the battlefield was gone. He stood in an entirely different realm. Darkness stretched endlessly. Rows upon rows of silent figures sat motionless in shallow, blackened waters. Their heads hung low. Their bodies were eerily still. The environment resembled some cursed sewage system of the damned, an endless abyss shaped by despair. Vikir quickly understood. This was Dantalian's inner domain. A prison forged from the souls he had consumed. The seated figures were not illusions. They were victims. Countless stolen lives, trapped within the demon's power. For the first time in some while, even Vikir felt genuine unease. Not fear. But the chilling recognition of scale. Dantalian had devoured far more lives than he had imagined. And then, pain struck. A violent surge exploded through Vikir's body. His veins bulged unnaturally. Purple mist rose from the dark waters. The corruption of Dantalian's world was beginning to invade him fully. The real battle had only just begun. Because apparently killing demons wasn't already enough trouble without being dragged into their personal nightmare dimensions. Purple mist slithered around Vikir's legs the moment he entered Dantalian's inner domain. It rose like living corruption, wrapping around his body inch by inch, seeping into his flesh with invasive malice. The black sewage-like water surrounding him began rushing faster, churning violently as though reacting to the chaos invading his body. Vikir's breathing grew heavier. He recognized the sensation immediately. It was the same unbearable psychic contamination he had felt when Dantalian's cursed face had attached itself to his wrist. Only now, it was infinitely worse. This was not the trauma of one broken soul. This was thousands. The purple haze carried the memories, suffering, fear, and madness of every devoured victim, all forcing themselves into him simultaneously. Grief, terror, despair, insanity. An endless flood of stolen agony threatened to drown his consciousness. From the nearest row of silent figures, a small voice finally broke through the suffocating darkness. "It hurts. Please, make it stop." Vikir turned. A young boy sat motionless among the countless imprisoned souls. Where his face should have been, there was only an empty void, hollow and horrifying. Yet despite his own suffering, Vikir knelt beside the child. He placed a steady hand on the boy's head. A small gesture. A quiet reassurance. Even while enduring unimaginable torment, Vikir did not waver. Because apparently even in demon-hell dimensions, the man still found time to comfort children. As his hand rested there, his thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. To Peri. To the moment he had seen her face among Dantalion's monstrous swarm. If the consumed souls were trapped here, then Peri had to be here too. Somewhere. That realization sharpened his resolve. Around him, more voices rose. "I'm scared. I can't endure this. Please, let me die." The cries multiplied into a chorus of unbearable sorrow. These were not mere illusions. These were fractured remnants of real people, souls imprisoned inside Dantalion's grotesque power. Broken. Forgotten. Devoured. And Vikir, standing amidst their suffering, silently vowed to find Peri no matter how deep this nightmare stretched. Nearby, Dolores witnessed the same horrifying reality. The endless rows. The faceless victims. The crushing despair. For perhaps the first time, she fully understood the true scale of Dantalion's evil. Her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed to her knees, trembling violently. This was no ordinary demon. This was a catastrophe. A living archive of stolen humanity. A predator that had transformed countless innocent lives into eternal suffering. Then, from behind her, came a voice. Smooth. Mocking. Disgustingly pleased with itself. "What do you think?" Dolores froze. Dantalion emerged from the shadows in his true form. His appearance was monstrous beyond reason. His pale, unnatural body radiated eerie power, while his face was adorned with grotesque appendages lined with blinking eyes and twisted mouths. His glowing green gaze shone with sadistic delight. He spread his arms theatrically, gesturing toward the sea of trapped souls. "My collection." Every seated figure represented someone he had devoured. Every broken spirit was a trophy. Every cry was nourishment. "I've always been selective," Dantalion said with twisted pride. "I don't eat ugly humans." Dolores trembled, fury mixing with revulsion. She demanded to know how he could commit such atrocities, especially against innocent children. Dantalion merely laughed. "Sins?" He sounded almost amused by the concept. "Why would I justify eating? Food doesn't require excuses." Then, with theatrical mockery, he produced an official holy indulgence. A human-issued pardon for sin. He waved it before her face like a trophy. "Look. It says I'm absolved." His grin widened. "Humans created this system. You sell forgiveness. You monetize sin. Even demons," he admitted, "could scarcely invent something so entertainingly corrupt." By exploiting the orphanage, Dantalion had simply perfected what humanity already practiced. Supply. Demand. Consumption. His words struck Dolores deeply, not because they were wholly false, but because they twisted genuine societal corruption into justification for monstrous evil. Then he leaned closer. And turned his cruelty directly upon her. He called her weak. A burden. A useless saint whose worth existed only because of divine power. He told her that Vikir's suffering, his entrapment, and the battle itself were all consequences of her weakness. That she was his Achilles heel. His vulnerability. Each word was carefully designed to shatter her spirit. And for a moment, it worked. Dolores's heart faltered. Doubt surged. Fear consumed her. Dantalion smiled wider, savoring her despair like a feast. But then, through tears, Dolores spoke. "You're right." Dantalion's excitement surged. At last, he thought, she had broken. She acknowledged humanity's corruption. Its greed. Its weakness. Her own flaws. But then her voice changed. Steadier. Stronger. Radiant golden light began pouring from her body, illuminating the abyss. But humans also possess something greater. The strength to believe. Even in despair, we can still choose the light. The darkness recoiled. Dantalion's grin faltered. For the first time, genuine discomfort crossed his monstrous features. Because Dolores had done what demons despise most. She accepted painful truth? Without surrendering to it. Her faith was no longer naive innocence. It had become conscious conviction. And that conviction burned brighter than Dantalion's despair. In that moment, the saint ceased being prey. She became a force. A beacon inside the demon's abyss. But then, a memory surfaced. A quiet moment. A wooden fence beneath calmer skies. Dolores remembered sitting beside Vikir, her voice trembling as she once confessed her deepest insecurity. Why would God choose someone as weak as me? And Vikir's answer returned to her with perfect clarity. Because those who are burdened by sorrow shine brightest when they rise from the darkest depths. The memory struck like divine thunder. Her trembling ceased. Her hands clasped together. And this time, her prayer was not born from desperation. It was born from conviction. Golden light erupted around her. Dantalion's confidence finally cracked. For the first time, panic entered his monstrous expression. He tried one final manipulation. He claimed that destroying him would erase the trapped souls forever. That divine purification would annihilate the innocent alongside the wicked. But Dolores no longer wavered. She had found her truth. Then, a small hand touched hers. Dolores opened her eyes. Before her stood a young orphan boy, radiant beneath her holy light. Then another child appeared. And another. Soon, the children of the orphanage surrounded her, smiling gently despite their suffering. They were the souls Dantalion had stolen. The innocent lives she had mourned. Tears poured freely down Dolores's face. She apologized over and over, heartbroken that she had been unable to save them sooner. But instead of blame, they offered her warmth, forgiveness, hope, and that hope became power. Her divine radiance exploded outward with unimaginable force, flooding Dantalion's corrupted inner world. Darkness shattered. Despair recoiled. The abyss itself began to collapse beneath her awakening. Elsewhere within that realm, Vikir continued his desperate search through endless rows of broken souls. And finally, he found Peri. She sat motionless among the countless victims, her once bright face hollow and lifeless. Vikir knelt behind her quietly. I found you. For perhaps one of the rare times, his voice carried visible emotion. He confessed the truth. That he had originally come to the orphanage seeking only revenge. That his purpose had been demon hunting. That he had viewed it all as another battlefield. But Peri had changed that. Her innocent smile had reminded him that vengeance alone was empty. That true justice meant building a future where children like her could live without fear. If my revenge means anything, it's creating a world where your smile can exist. As Dolores's divine light reached them, Dantalion's corruption began dissolving. The oppressive trauma infecting Vikir's body vanished. The imprisoned soul stirred. Peri's lifeless expression softened. Then, finally, she spoke. I'm glad you came back. Those simple words shattered something deep inside him. Relief, grief, rage, hope, all collided at once. Light returned to Peri's eyes. Around them, countless victims were restored, their despair replaced by peace. Overcome, Vikir embraced Peri tightly. And with absolute resolve, he made a promise. I will never forgive the one who made you cry. Peri smiled through tears. And in that moment, Vikir's vengeance evolved into something greater. Not revenge alone. Protection. Purpose. Outside, Dolores's holy power surged beyond anything Dantalion had anticipated. Her radiance pierced both physical and spiritual realms, illuminating even the world beyond his domain. Dantalion stared in genuine horror. The Saintess had fully awakened. Every soul within his abyss was being purified. Every stolen victim was being freed. His greatest power was unraveling before him. Then, from the blinding sea of holy light, Dolores and Vikir emerged together. Both restored. Both empowered. Both utterly beyond his control. Dolores's divine aura poured into Vikir like celestial fire. His Baskerville bloodline aura surged violently. For years, 6 spheres had defined the limits of his internal power. Now, a 7th sphere began to form. His aura condensed. Solidified. Evolved. The raw gaseous energy surrounding him transformed into something far denser, sharper, and infinitely more lethal. Dantalion's many eyes widened in terror. He understood instantly. Vikir was breaking through. Ascending. Beelzebub's demonic aura fused with Vikir's awakened power, forging an overwhelming new presence. The Night Bloodhound was no longer merely a deadly warrior. He had crossed into an entirely new realm. Swordmaster. A title not granted lightly, and certainly not convenient for demons hoping to survive. For Dantalion, the balance of power had just shifted catastrophically. The moment Vikir's aura completed its transformation, the atmosphere itself seemed to freeze. Even Dantalion, an elite corpse who had slaughtered countless humans and devoured innumerable souls, felt a suffocating pressure settle over him. For the first time since revealing his true nature, genuine fear crept into the demon's heart. Vikir slowly lifted his head. His eyes burned with a terrifying light. The rage that had driven him until now no longer resembled wild fury. It had been sharpened into something far more dangerous, cold, focused, and utterly merciless. Every ounce of emotion had condensed into a single purpose: to kill Dantalion. Gripping Beelzebub firmly in his hand, Vikir pointed the demonic sword toward the trembling demon. You won't be granted an easy death. His voice was calm. That calmness frightened Dantalion far more than any scream ever could. Behind Vikir stood Dolores, her golden radiance illuminating the battlefield. Divine power continuously flowed from her body, surrounding him like a sacred blessing. Her support amplified every aspect of his existence. The aura armor enveloping him had become incomparably stronger, and the power of a newly awakened swordmaster surged through every vein. Together, they formed a perfect balance. The sword and the light. The executioner and the saint. As Dolores maintained her blessing, countless emotions washed through her soul. She felt the grief of the orphan children whose lives had been stolen. She felt the hatred of the innocent souls trapped within Dantalion for years. She felt Vikir's determination, his endless burden, and the loneliness he had carried through 2 lifetimes. All those emotions resonated inside her. Then she remembered the words once spoken by the Pope. A saint awakens when she finds the companion destined to walk beside her. Only now did Dolores fully understand those words. Her hands clasped tightly together. Golden light erupted around her. Every fragment of divine energy she possessed poured into Vikir through a sacred miracle known as soul resonance, a blessing that connected a saint to the companion she had acknowledged with her entire soul. The moment the blessing was completed, Vikir's power skyrocketed. His aura surged beyond its previous limits. Beyond mastery. Beyond talent. Beyond possibility. At that very moment, Vikir van Baskerville stepped into the supreme domain. He became the first swordmaster of his generation. Dantalion stared in horror. Sweat trickled down his grotesque face. Among humans, swordmasters were legends. Entire kingdoms celebrated when one appeared. Even powerful demons treated them as threats worthy of caution. Yet the young man standing before him had achieved that realm while still practically a child. The realization shattered Dantalion's confidence. Then suddenly, his vision spun. The world flipped upside down. Confusion flashed across his face. Only after a brief moment did he understand. His head had already been severed. A brilliant flash of aura sliced through the battlefield. Dozens of invisible cuts followed instantly behind it. Dantalion's body exploded apart. Arms, legs, torso. Every piece was shredded by countless razor-sharp arcs of condensed aura. One swing. That was all it had taken. Before the demon could even comprehend what had happened, Vikir appeared beside the falling remains. His boot slammed directly onto Dantalion's mouth, crushing it into the dirt. The demon's desperate screams were silenced immediately. Vikir leaned down and looked into Dantalion's terrified eyes. The souls you stole have been freed. His voice was colder than winter. The faces you hid behind are gone. He pressed down harder. You're nothing now. The words pierced deeper than any sword. For the first time in his existence, Dantalion experienced the same emotions he had forced upon countless victims. Fear. Despair. Helplessness. Panic overwhelmed him. Everything was falling apart. The collected souls were gone. His army of stolen identities had vanished. His plans for the future were crumbling before his eyes. He had been gathering mana to open a gateway connecting the human world to the demon realm. Once the gate opened, humanity would drown beneath an endless tide of demons. That future had seemed inevitable. Yet one human stood before him and shattered everything. One relentless hunter. One impossible obstacle. Vikir van Baskerville. Realizing defeat was approaching, Dantalion made a final decision. If survival was impossible, then he would take everyone with him. His body began to swell grotesquely. The remaining flesh expanded rapidly, mutating into a monstrous mass that towered over the battlefield. Faces screamed from every surface. Eyes burst open across the giant body. Mouths stretched into twisted smiles. Dantalion laughed madly. You think you've won? The gigantic demon raised his massive form toward the sky. I still have one final face to play. Dark energy surged violently from within him. The surrounding air warped. The ground cracked. Even Dolores, standing far away, felt sharp pain across her skin from the pressure alone. Realization struck her instantly. The demon was preparing to self-destruct. The explosion would annihilate everything. The orphanage. The surrounding district. Everyone nearby. Dantalion is going to explode. Dolores shouted. Vikir, stop him. Yet Vikir remained completely calm. Almost relaxed. Because this moment, this exact moment, was something he had envisioned long before his regression. A memory surfaced in his mind. The legendary sword strike once demonstrated by Hugo. A single slash powerful enough to split the heavens themselves. For years, Vikir had chased that image. For years, he had dreamed of reaching that level. Now he finally stood at the threshold. Dantalion's body glowed brighter and brighter as unstable energy accumulated inside him. The demon threw back his head and roared toward the sky. Brothers of the demon realm, continue the fall of humanity? He never finished the sentence. Vikir moved. One step. One swing. A crimson arc erupted from Beelzebub. The strike cut through Dantalion. It cut through the self-destruction spell. It cut through the overflowing mana. It cut through everything. For a brief instant, the world became silent. Then the sword energy continued upward. Far beyond the battlefield. Far beyond the orphanage. Far beyond the clouds themselves. The heavens split apart. A scarlet line carved through the night sky. Massive clouds were torn open as though an invisible blade had sliced the world in half. Moonlight and countless stars poured through the opening. Outside, people across the capital looked upward in shock. The ground trembled violently. Buildings shook. Windows rattled. In their lodging, PG suddenly sat upright in bed. Huh? Was that an earthquake? Elsewhere, Sinclair rushed to a window. The sight before her left her speechless. The sky itself appeared divided into two halves. A breathtaking corridor of stars stretched across the heavens. She had never seen anything so beautiful. Nor could she imagine that it had been created by a single swordsman. Back at the orphanage, silence settled over the battlefield. Dust slowly drifted through the air. Dolores cautiously opened her eyes. She had expected destruction. Flames. Ruin. Death. Instead, she saw a clear night sky sparkling with countless stars. The clouds had been completely parted. A path through heaven itself had been carved by Vikir's sword. Her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed to her knees. Not from exhaustion. From awe. He had done it. He had achieved the impossible. He had reached the realm once occupied only by legends. He had followed in Hugo's footsteps. And surpassed every expectation. News of the Indulgentia orphanage incident spread through the imperial capital with astonishing speed. Rumors exploded throughout the city. Many believed another terrorist attack had occurred. Others whispered that the mysterious night bloodhound had struck once again. Crowds gathered around the orphanage, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Bianca stood among the spectators, staring toward the damaged building. Disbelief filled her expression. The infamous night bloodhound had apparently appeared at the very place where they had been staying. Sinclair remained visibly shaken. The fact that such a catastrophic incident had occurred during their final day in the capital left her deeply unsettled. PG repeatedly complained about his terrible luck. Why does this kind of thing always happen when we're about to leave? Meanwhile, Tudor looked genuinely disappointed. I missed him again. The aspiring hero folded his arms and clicked his tongue. I could have finally caught the night bloodhound and proved myself. Sancho, however, found something far stranger. Doesn't this seem odd? He asked. For a terrorist attack, there aren't any reported casualties. PG nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Then he remembered something. Although, Headmaster Quilty and all his guards have been missing since yesterday. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Perhaps they had become victims of the night bloodhound. That explanation seemed reasonable enough. As the students discussed their theories, Dolores quietly walked past them. Her expression revealed nothing. The others assumed she was devastated by the tragedy that had struck the orphanage. None of them knew the truth. None of them knew what had truly happened within those walls. Walking beside her was Pietro. Unlike the others, he knew part of the truth Dolores had revealed. And judging from the troubled look on his face, he was still struggling to accept it. Pietro stood in silence, his mind struggling to process everything he had learned. The truth felt almost impossible to accept. For years, Quilty had been known as a strange but respected figure. At worst, Pietro had considered him an eccentric man with unsettling habits and questionable methods. Never once had he imagined that the headmaster of the orphanage had actually been a demon hiding behind a human face. What shook him even more was the truth about the night bloodhound. The masked vigilante whom the Empire blamed for countless disasters had not been responsible for the tragedy at the orphanage. Quite the opposite. He had been the one who uncovered the darkness lurking beneath its foundation. He had been the one who fought against the monster hiding behind the mask of a saintly educator. He had been the one who saved countless innocent lives. Pietro clenched his fists. Part of him still couldn't forgive the night bloodhound for attacking a branch of the Quo Vadis family. That resentment remained. Yet another part of him couldn't deny the strange sense of relief growing inside his chest. The corruption festering within their ranks had finally been exposed and cut away. The situation was far more complicated than he wanted it to be. Truth and public opinion were rarely the same thing. The crowd surrounding the orphanage remained restless, consumed by rumors and speculation. Reporters pushed through the masses, eager to uncover the details behind the incident. Citizens whispered among themselves, exchanging theories and accusations. Then the noise gradually died down. Dolores stepped forward. Her silver robes fluttered softly in the breeze as she walked toward the gathering of journalists. Her expression was calm, but there was a quiet determination in her eyes that immediately drew everyone's attention. As she passed Pietro, she paused briefly. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Before he could ask what she meant, she continued walking. The reporters quickly recognized her and surged forward with excitement. Cameras were raised. Notebooks opened. Questions flew from every direction. But Dolores simply lifted her hand. The crowd fell silent. "I thank all of you for coming here today," she began, her clear voice carrying across the square. "What I am about to reveal concerns not only this orphanage, but the truth hidden within the empire itself. I ask that you listen carefully." Her words immediately sparked curiosity. More reporters rushed toward the scene after hearing that the saintess was making an official statement. Within minutes, the crowd had doubled in size. Dolores slowly reached beneath her robes. The movement attracted everyone's attention. Then she pulled out an old ledger. A thick, weathered book. The very same book Vikir had handed to her after the battle. The memory flashed through her mind. Standing amidst the ruins of the orphanage, Vikir had silently placed the ledger in her hands. "This contains the truth about the Quo Vadis family," he had told her. He hadn't ordered her to reveal it. He hadn't pressured her. The decision had been left entirely to her. Now she had made her choice. Taking a deep breath, Dolores opened the ledger and began reading. The sales ledger of exemptions and indulgences. The crowd exchanged confused looks. Her voice continued. "Managed by Quilty Luen Indulgentia. Approved and countersigned by Cardinal Humbert Luen Quo Vadis." A murmur spread through the audience. Dolores turned another page. Her expression hardened. The following records document criminal offenses that were absolved through monetary payment. The atmosphere instantly changed. Every reporter leaned forward. Every citizen listened. The saintess continued. "Viscount Vecoin." Her voice echoed across the square. "Charged with murdering his parents in order to seize their inheritance. The deaths were disguised as accidental. The crime was forgiven after a payment of 1,500,000,000 gold." Gasps erupted throughout the crowd. Several reporters nearly dropped their pens. Dolores continued without hesitation. "Baron Legiso." The crowd grew quieter. After assaulting and murdering his maid, he disposed of her body in the city sewer system. His sins were pardoned after a payment of 200,000,000 gold. The silence became heavier. People stared in disbelief. Some shook their heads. Others looked physically sick. But Dolores wasn't finished. "Sir Fennig." She turned another page. "He arranged the death of his business partner in order to monopolize their shared investments. The crime was forgiven after a payment of 800,000,000 gold." Shock rippled through the crowd like a tidal wave. The reporters could barely keep up with what they were hearing. Nobles, merchants, influential figures. One after another, horrifying crimes were being exposed before the entire capital. Murder, fraud, abuse, betrayal. All erased with enough money. Every page of the ledger revealed another stain hidden beneath the empire's polished surface. The realization slowly settled over everyone present. This wasn't merely a record book. It was evidence. Evidence that sins had been transformed into commodities. Evidence that justice had been sold to the highest bidder. Evidence that powerful individuals had purchased forgiveness while their victims were buried and forgotten. The square fell into complete silence. No one interrupted. No one spoke. The only sound was Dolores's steady voice as she continued reading the ledger, exposing secret after secret beneath the watchful eyes of an entire empire. And with every name she revealed, the foundations of the Quo Vadis family trembled a little more. The crowd's reaction was immediate and explosive. As Dolores continued reading from the ledger, expressions of disbelief spread through the gathering. Gasps rippled through the masses. Some people covered their mouths in horror, unable to comprehend the scale of corruption being exposed before them. Others stared in stunned silence, struggling to accept that crimes they had believed punished by divine law had simply been erased with enough money. Yet not everyone was convinced. A handful of voices rose from the crowd in protest. Loyal supporters of Cardinal Humbert and the Quo Vadis family refused to believe the accusations. They insisted the documents must be fabricated. Some shouted that the saintess had been deceived. Others argued that a man as respected as the cardinal could never be involved in such depravity. Dolores did not allow their objections to shake her resolve. Instead, she turned another page. Her voice grew steadier. Stronger. Each new entry struck the crowd like a hammer blow. Count Elver concealed more than 800 billion gold in taxes owed to the empire. His crimes were absolved after a payment of 300 million gold. The square fell silent again. The numbers alone were enough to leave people speechless. One by one, more names emerged from the pages. Nobles, merchants, politicians, and influential figures. Men and women whose wealth had purchased forgiveness while their victims received nothing. Every revelation chipped away at the foundation of trust people had placed in the institution for generations. Dolores felt fear clawing at her heart. She knew exactly what consequences would follow. She knew whose authority she was challenging. She knew the enemies she was making. Most frightening of all, she knew her own father would never forgive what she was doing. But for the first time in her life, she refused to lower her head. Tears gathered in her eyes as she looked upon the crowd. I remained silent for too long. Her voice trembled, but it never broke. The buying and selling of sins is a mockery of God's teachings. It is blasphemy disguised as faith. It is corruption hiding behind sacred words. The reporters scribbled furiously. Every sentence was becoming history. Dolores pressed a hand against her chest. As a servant of God, and as a member of the Quo Vadis family, I swear before all of you that this injustice will not continue. The tears finally spilled down her cheeks. No one should be able to purchase innocence. No amount of gold should outweigh a human life. The crowd stared at her in stunned silence. For many, this was the first time they had seen not the saintess of the empire, but Dolores herself, a young woman standing alone against an institution powerful enough to crush kingdoms. Yet despite her fear, she did not retreat. Not a single step. Far away from the chaos surrounding the orphanage, Vikir sat quietly on a familiar wooden bench. The place felt emptier than ever. The afternoon breeze drifted through the trees while distant sounds from the city echoed faintly in the background. Even from here, he could hear fragments of Dolores's speech being carried across the capital. A faint smile appeared beneath his mask. Some things truly never changed. Even after his regression. Even after everything she had endured. Dolores remained Dolores. A person who would walk into darkness if it meant protecting others. Vikir tilted his head back and looked toward the sky. The battle against Dantalion was over. Another elite corpse had fallen. Yet there was no satisfaction in his eyes. Only determination. 8 remained. 8 monsters still walked this world. 8 disasters still threatened humanity. His war was far from over. Slowly, his gaze drifted toward the empty space beside him. The place where Puri used to sit. For a moment, memory surfaced. Her shy smile. Her gentle voice. The flower wreath she had proudly made. The innocent happiness she carried despite the harshness of her life. Vikir reached out and brushed his fingers across the bench. The wood was cold. But the memory remained warm. A long silence followed. Then he spoke quietly. I'll create it. His voice carried no hesitation. A world where children like you can laugh without fear. The wind stirred around him. A world where no one has to suffer what you did. He rose from the bench and turned away. Behind him stood a small memorial. A simple wooden cross bearing Perry's name. Wrapped around it was the flower wreath she had once made with her own hands. Nothing grand. Nothing extravagant. Just a small reminder that a precious life had existed. Vikir paused for a brief moment. Then he offered one final wish. I hope you're smiling now. With that, he walked away. The scene shifted to a place far removed from the orphanage. Deep within the academy stood Professor Vinci Morg's laboratory. The doors suddenly slammed open. Everyone froze. Dolores marched inside. Unlike her composed appearance during the press conference, she was visibly furious. Still dressed in her academy uniform, she strode directly toward the professor. Professor Vinci Morg. Her voice echoed throughout the laboratory. Several students nearly jumped from their seats. The professor slowly looked up from his desk. His expression remained completely unchanged. Dolores stopped in front of him. Her eyes blazed with frustration. Why wasn't my article published? The room instantly became tense. The assistants exchanged nervous glances. Everyone knew exactly what article she was referring to. The article contained the truth, Dolores continued. Everything I wrote was supported by evidence. Every statement was factual. Her fists tightened. Yet the Academy newspaper ignored it. She slammed a copy of the publication onto the professor's desk. The front page displayed an entirely different story. An article condemning the night bloodhound. An article portraying him as nothing more than a terrorist and murderer. The sight of it only fueled her anger. They published this instead. Her voice sharpened. They chose lies over truth. The laboratory fell silent. Professor Vinci Morg glanced at the newspaper before calmly folding his hands together. Unlike Dolores, he appeared completely unbothered. Then he asked a simple question. Do you truly not understand why your article was rejected? His tone was neither mocking nor hostile. If anything, it sounded almost disappointed. The question caused Dolores to pause. For the first time since entering the laboratory, uncertainty flickered across her face. And Professor Vinci Morgue simply watched her, waiting for her answer. Professor Vinci Morgue listened to Dolores's complaints without interruption. Once she finished, he calmly opened a drawer and pulled out a stack of papers. Among them was the article she had submitted. Without saying a word, he placed it on the desk and tapped the bold headline printed across the top. Are the Night Bloodhound's attacks truly unjustified? The darkness hidden behind the Holy Quo Vadis household. The title alone was enough to explain the problem. Leaning back in his chair, the professor folded his arms and regarded Dolores with a measured expression. Do you understand why this couldn't be published? Dolores immediately frowned. Because it tells the truth? The Academy is not a political organization, Vinci replied. Its role is education, not involvement in conflicts between powerful institutions. Your article directly attacks one of the most influential religious families in the Empire. Whether your claims are true or false is not the only issue. His calm explanation only irritated her further. But everything I wrote is supported by facts. Facts? Vinci raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. But facts are useless when nobody can verify them. Dolores clenched her fists. The professor continued. Cardinal Humber publicly denied every accusation. The nobles whose names appeared in your report have done the same. As far as the public is concerned, all allegations have been rejected by the people involved. Documents the Night Bloodhound gave me. Vinci glanced at the book before shaking his head. To you, they're proof. To everyone else, they're an unverified collection of records provided by the Empire's most wanted criminal. The words struck harder than she expected. She hated admitting it, but from an outsider's perspective, he wasn't entirely wrong. No matter how convincing the documents appeared, their source was impossible to ignore. Frustration flashed across her face. If that's true, then why are you trying so hard to protect the Quo Vadis family? The question caused the room to grow noticeably quieter. Dolores took a step forward. Is someone pressuring you? For the first time since the conversation began, Professor Vinci didn't respond immediately. His gaze drifted toward the window. The playful confidence that usually defined him disappeared. Several long seconds passed. Then he slowly rose from his chair. There isn't much point hiding it anymore. His voice had become unusually serious. I was instructed to direct the newspaper's coverage toward portraying the Night Bloodhound negatively. Dolores felt a chill crawl down her spine. Even Vinci seemed annoyed by the situation. The Academy headmaster himself found the request unusual. The revelation left her speechless. If even the Academy's leadership had been pressured, then the influence behind it had to be enormous. Slowly, she voiced the thought forming in her mind. My father? Her voice wavered. Could Cardinal Humber really influence even the Academy? A faint smile appeared on Vinci's face. Not a humorous one. A knowing one. If it were only your father, I could deal with it myself. The moment those words left his mouth, Dolores understood. Her heart sank. There was only one person within the Quo Vadis family whose authority surpassed Cardinal Humber's. The Pope. The supreme leader of the Church. The man worshipped by millions. The individual believed to stand closest to God. For a brief moment, Dolores desperately wanted to believe there was some misunderstanding. Perhaps the Pope had been deceived. Perhaps his age had made him vulnerable to manipulation. Perhaps Cardinal Humber had twisted the truth before it ever reached him. But regardless of the reason, the reality remained the same. Someone at the very top wanted the Night Bloodhound condemned. Vinci sighed and sat back down. Your article cannot be published. His tone left no room for negotiation. It openly sympathizes with a wanted criminal responsible for numerous attacks throughout the Empire. Arguing further would accomplish nothing. Outwardly, the Night Bloodhound was indeed a criminal. The Empire had branded him as one. The newspapers called him one. Yet Dolores knew better. She had seen the truth with her own eyes. She had witnessed the monster hiding beneath Quilty's skin. She had watched Fakir risk his life to save innocent children. She had stood beside him against Dantalion. The real monsters were not always the ones wearing masks. Sometimes they sat on thrones. Sometimes they wore holy robes. Sometimes they hid behind noble titles and sacred authority. As Dolores left the laboratory, the professor watched her go without saying another word. The hallway outside felt strangely quiet. Yet with every step she took, her resolve only grew stronger. Memories surfaced in her mind. The Night Bloodhound standing alone against impossible odds. His warnings about demons lurking throughout the world. His determination to continue fighting regardless of the cost. For so long, he had carried that burden by himself. A single hunter battling darkness hidden from everyone else. Dolores tightened her grip on the ledger. "If you're willing to keep fighting," she whispered to herself, "then I'll help you however I can." The uncertainty that had once plagued her was gone. Her path had become clear. No matter who opposed her, no matter how powerful her enemies became, she would stand beside the truth. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy dormitories, life continued as usual. Tutor stretched his aching shoulders while walking down the corridor. After days of volunteering at the orphanage and keeping up with academy assignments, he felt completely exhausted. "I'm never volunteering again," he grumbled dramatically. "I'm pretty sure I've aged 10 years. Piggy laughed. "You say that every time." The group continued toward their rooms when Tutor suddenly turned toward Vikir. "Want to play a few rounds of Run Flat before bed?" Vikir shook his head. "Not today." Tutor blinked. "I need some time alone." For some reason, those 3 words sent a strange shiver down Tutor's spine. He couldn't explain why. The feeling simply appeared out of nowhere. Before he could think about it further, Piggy cheerfully raised his hand. "Then I'll head to my room too." Instantly, Tutor slapped a hand over Piggy's mouth. "MMPH?" Piggy stared at him in confusion. Tutor forced an awkward smile. "No. Vikir's alone time is very important." Piggy looked even more confused. "What does that even mean?" "Trust me." Despite the strange exchange, Vikir simply shook his head and continued toward his room. Once inside, silence finally greeted him. For the first time in days, he was truly alone. The room remained largely untouched. He hadn't even had time to properly unpack his belongings since arriving. Too many battles. Too many investigations. Too many demons. Sitting down quietly, Vikir allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. His thoughts drifted back to the previous night's battle. Specifically, to the power he had briefly touched. The realm of the Swordmaster. Through Dolores's blessing and soul resonance, he had stepped beyond his limits and experienced a level of strength he had chased for 2 lifetimes. That power was gone now. His cultivation had returned to the level of a high-rank graduate. Yet the experience remained. He remembered every sensation. The clarity. The control. The overwhelming dominance. Most importantly, he now knew it was possible. The path ahead no longer felt like a distant dream. He had seen the summit with his own eyes. And someday, through his own strength alone, he intended to stand there permanently. For the first time in days, Vikir finally had a chance to examine the spoils he had taken from Dantalion's subordinates. Sitting alone in his dormitory room, he rummaged through his belongings and pulled out 4 weathered leather pouches. They had seemed insignificant when he first collected them, but something about them had always felt unusual. The moment he placed all 4 pouches side by side, they began to react. A faint black glow seeped from the leather. The pieces trembled, slid across the floor on their own, and fused together as though drawn by an invisible force. Within seconds, a single object rested before him. A mask. Ancient. Ominous. Alive with dark energy. Vikir narrowed his eyes. The moment he saw its shape, memories from his previous life resurfaced. The human mask of the beast-hearted Picaro. A legendary artifact. An item so infamous that its name had once been spoken alongside demonic relics of the highest order. In terms of rarity and value, it rivaled even Beelzebub itself. The mask possessed terrifying abilities. Its power grew stronger with every member of the wearer's own race they killed. The more blood it consumed, the more resilient its owner became. It granted astonishing regenerative abilities, accelerated mana recovery, and transformed its bearer into something far beyond ordinary warriors. Of course, artifacts of such power never came without a price. There were always side effects. And unfortunately for Vikir, curiosity won. After studying it for several minutes, he finally picked up the mask and placed it over his face. The effect was immediate. A tremendous wave of energy surged through his body. The exhaustion accumulated from battling Dantalion vanished in an instant. His aching muscles recovered. His depleted aura reserves replenished themselves. Every trace of fatigue disappeared as though it had never existed. Even Vikir was surprised. Unlike Beelzebub's regenerative abilities, which specialized in healing injuries and restoring flesh, this artifact restored stamina itself. It was absurdly effective. Then things became strange. Very strange. The room suddenly looked enormous. His desk appeared several times larger than before. The bed resembled a mountain. The wardrobe towered over him like a fortress. At the same time, all color drained from his vision. The vibrant world became nothing but shades of black, white, and gray. Vikir frowned. What is? The sentence never finished. Instead of human speech, a sharp yelp escaped his mouth. Yip! He froze. Slowly. Very slowly. He looked downward. Silence filled the room. Where his hands should have been were tiny furry paws. His body had shrunk dramatically. A fluffy tail wagged behind him. His reflection in a nearby mirror confirmed the horrifying truth. The feared night bloodhound, the future executioner of demons, the legendary swordsman, had become an extremely small puppy. A very fluffy puppy. A very confused fluffy puppy. Panic erupted instantly. The tiny dog sprinted around the room at full speed. He bounced off furniture, slipped across the floor, ran in frantic circles while trying to figure out how this had happened. Eventually, after several embarrassing minutes, he focused on removing the artifact. Fortunately, the process was simple. The moment he willed it, the mask detached itself. A flash of darkness swept across the room. Vikir returned to normal. Well, mostly normal. Standing in the center of his room, completely naked, Vikir stared blankly at the mask lying on the floor. A long silence followed. Perhaps the side effects should have been investigated first. He picked up the mask and examined it more carefully. What initially seemed like a curse now appeared surprisingly useful. The ability to transform into a harmless puppy could become an incredible tool for infiltration, surveillance, and reconnaissance. No one would suspect a cute little dog wandering around campus. And as far as Vikir knew, academy regulations did not prohibit students from keeping pets. A faint smile appeared on his face. The possibilities were endless. His thoughts were interrupted by a cracking sound. Crack, crack, crack. Vikir immediately turned around. The sound was coming from the bundle secured against his back. The Madame Eight Legs egg. Its shell had finally begun to break. His expression became serious. Unlike the mask, this was no laughing matter. Madame Eight Legs was a legendary existence. Even ancient demons treated the monstrous queen with caution. Any offspring descended from such a creature would undoubtedly possess terrifying potential. The cracks widened. The shell split apart. Then, a tiny puffball emerged. Vikir stared. The creature stared back. The legendary descendant tilted its head. Then barked. Woof! Silence. Vikir blinked. The tiny spider looked like a ball of cotton with 8 fuzzy legs. Its eyes sparkled innocently. Its body was small enough to fit comfortably in one hand. Most importantly, it was ridiculously adorable. Nothing about it resembled the terrifying monster queen spoken of in legends. The tiny spider barked again. Woof! Woof! Its little body bounced excitedly. Vikir found himself questioning everything he knew. Was this truly the descendant of Madame Eight Legs? The creature continued barking while staring expectantly at him. Hungry, Vikir placed a small piece of meat on the table. The spider immediately shook its tiny body in refusal. The meat remained untouched. Apparently that wasn't what it wanted. Vikir sighed. Raising legendary monsters was clearly going to be more complicated than expected. Still, the realization slowly sank in. He now possessed the offspring of an S-rank monster. Even in his previous life, very few people could claim something so extraordinary. He had undeniably stumbled upon a treasure. Deciding to search for food that suited the newborn creature, Vikir left his room with the tiny spider following closely behind him. The little fluffball bounced along the hallway happily. As he walked through the academy corridors, a loud voice suddenly echoed ahead. Someone was shouting. The tone was hostile. Vikir immediately slowed his pace. Moving silently, he stepped behind a stone pillar and looked around the corner. A familiar scene greeted him. A group of students had surrounded Piggy. At the center stood their leader, Granui de Leviathan, one of the Academy's highest-ranking students. A member of the prestigious Leviathan family. A talented cadet of the Fire Corps. And, at this particular moment, an arrogant bully. Piggy stood trapped in the middle of the group. His usual nervous smile was firmly in place as he attempted to escape the confrontation. I really should go, he said awkwardly. My friends are waiting for me. The bullies blocked his path immediately. Mocking laughter erupted around him. Friends? A commoner has friends? That's cute. Piggy's smile stiffened. Granui stepped forward. His eyes were filled with open contempt. People like you don't belong here. His voice carried the confidence of someone who had never been challenged. The academy isn't a place for gutter-born commoners. Piggy lowered his gaze. Granui continued mercilessly. You should be grateful they even let someone like you enroll. The surrounding students laughed. Then Granui made a mistake. He mentioned Piggy's friends. Mocking them. Insulting them. Dismissing them as worthless. The atmosphere changed instantly. Piggy's expression froze. Something inside him snapped. The timid and cheerful boy vanished. For the first time, genuine anger appeared in his eyes. The laughter around him slowly died. Before anyone could react, Piggy grabbed Granui by the front of his uniform and yanked him forward. Gasps erupted from every direction. Even Granui looked stunned. Piggy's hands trembled. Not from fear. From rage. His eyes burned with a determination nobody present had ever seen before. "Say whatever you want about me." His voice shook. "But don't you dare insult my friends." The corridor fell completely silent. For the first time since the confrontation began, even Granui de Leviathan looked genuinely surprised. Granui's expression barely changed after seeing PG grab him by the collar. Instead of reacting with anger, he simply smirked. To him, a commoner showing defiance was more amusing than threatening. With a lazy wave of his hand, he gave a single command. "Teach him his place." One of the students standing behind him immediately stepped forward. Without hesitation, the bully swung a heavy punch straight toward PG's face. PG instinctively flinched. His eyes squeezed shut. Every muscle in his body tensed as he prepared for the impact. But the blow never arrived. Several seconds passed. Confused, PG slowly opened one eye. A large hand had intercepted the punch. Standing between him and the attacker was Tutor. The blonde youth looked almost bored as he casually held the bully's fist in place. The punch that had been thrown with full force couldn't move even an inch. Tutor glanced over his shoulder. "Are you all right?" PG stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Tutor." The bully tried to pull his arm free, but Tutor's grip was like iron. No matter how hard he struggled, his fist remained trapped. Before anyone could react further, another scream echoed through the corridor. "Aya!" Everyone turned. Sancho had appeared. The red-haired youth stood beside another member of Granui's group, his crimson demonic eyes glowing ominously. One hand was wrapped around the student's head. Not striking. Not punching. Simply squeezing. The unfortunate victim's face had already turned pale. Sweat poured down his forehead. The pressure alone was enough to make him feel like his skull might crack apart. Sancho tilted his head slightly. His voice was low and dangerous. "If you're looking for a fight?" His grip tightened. "You picked the wrong people." The bully immediately let out another shriek of pain. PG could only stare. His heart pounded as he turned around. More footsteps approached. And there, standing calmly behind Tutor and Sancho, was Vikir. Unlike the others, he said nothing. He simply stood there. Yet somehow his presence felt heavier than anyone else's. Granui clicked his tongue in annoyance. He recognized Tutor immediately. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote. A rising star. A troublesome opponent. Someone even Granui preferred not to provoke unnecessarily. Unfortunately, the situation had already escalated beyond that point. Now all three of them stood together. Tutor, Sancho, Vikir. A silent wall protecting PG. None of them needed to say a word. Their actions had already spoken for them. PG wasn't merely an acquaintance. He wasn't just a classmate. He was one of theirs. And anyone who tried to harm him would have to deal with all three. The hallway grew eerily quiet. Students watching from afar instinctively backed away. The atmosphere became suffocating. On one side stood Granui de Leviathan and the students who followed him. On the other stood Tutor, Sancho, Vikir, and PG. Neither side moved. Neither side looked away. For several long moments, only silence existed between them. Eventually, Granui broke it. His eyes settled on Tutor. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "So these are the people you've chosen to associate with?" His tone dripped with disdain. "I didn't realize your standards had fallen this far." Tutor remained surprisingly calm. The academy doesn't care about family status. He crossed his arms. Students are students. Noble or commoner, everyone studies under the same roof. Granui laughed. Not because he found the statement funny. Because he genuinely believed it was ridiculous. Equality? His voice was filled with contempt. Only fools believe that. Then his expression darkened. And speaking of fools? His gaze sharpened. Weren't you completely useless during the night Bloodhound incident? Tutor immediately stiffened. Granui continued mercilessly. The great future hero couldn't even catch the criminal everyone was looking for. Tutor's face turned bright red. "I was asleep." The excuse came out far louder than intended. Granui burst into laughter. "Of course you were." The surrounding students joined in. What a heroic explanation. Tutor clenched his fists. Unfortunately for him, the explanation sounded terrible no matter how true it was. Granui's amusement gradually faded. His smile became colder. More dangerous. Then something strange began happening. A faint green mist started leaking from his body. At first it looked harmless. Then the smell hit. Sharp. Toxic. Poisonous. Members of Granui's group immediately reached into their uniforms and equipped specially prepared gas masks. Clearly, they had expected this. The spreading fog rolled across the corridor floor like a living creature. Granui grinned proudly. If I'd been present that night, I would have captured the night bloodhound myself. The poisonous cloud rapidly expanded. Students observing from nearby immediately retreated. Even Tutor's expression became serious. He raised an arm in front of his face. Are you insane? His voice carried genuine disbelief. Using abilities inside the academy? Sancho took a step forward as well. The paralytic toxin was no joke. Even minor exposure could cause serious problems. But while everyone focused on Granui's poison, Vikir remained strangely calm. Standing at the back, he simply inhaled. The scent entered his nose. His mind immediately began analyzing the toxin's composition. Weak, crude, effective against ordinary students. Completely insignificant compared to many poisons he had encountered in both lives. Then something beside him caught his attention. A tiny fluffy spider sat on his shoulder. Madame Eight Legs' descendant. The newborn creature was sniffing the air enthusiastically. Vikir frowned. What are you doing? The spider tilted its head. Then its tiny eyes lit up. Before Vikir could react, the little creature opened its mouth. And inhaled. Whoosh! The poisonous fog instantly changed direction. Instead of spreading outward, the cloud began rushing toward the spider like water draining into a whirlpool. Everyone froze. The tiny puffball continued inhaling enthusiastically. The poison disappeared at an unbelievable speed. A second later, half the corridor was clear. 2 seconds later, nearly everything was gone. 3 seconds later, not a single trace remained. The toxic cloud had vanished completely. Silence. Absolute silence. Granui blinked. Tutor blinked. Sancho blinked. Even the bullies stared in confusion. The poison had simply disappeared. Meanwhile, the tiny spider licked its mouth happily. Apparently, it had enjoyed the meal. Vikir's eye twitched. Realizing how much attention the creature was attracting, he immediately scooped it up and hid it inside his coat. The spider protested with several tiny barks. He ignored them. Across the hallway, Tutor cautiously lowered his arm. The poison was gone. Every last bit of it. He slowly looked around. Then at Granui. Then at the empty air where the fog should have been. A puzzled expression spread across his face. Where did it go? He asked. The poisonous fog had vanished so completely that most people assumed Granui had simply withdrawn it. Tutor lowered his guard and glanced around the corridor in confusion. The choking green haze that had filled the hallway only moments ago was gone without a trace. To him, it looked as though Granui had decided to stop escalating the situation. The members of Granui's group appeared just as confused. Whispers spread among them. Where did it go? Did he cancel the skill? I didn't see anything happen. Even the students wearing gas masks looked bewildered. Only Granui remained silent. His eyes were fixed on Vikir. For a brief moment, he was certain he had seen the poison being pulled toward the dark-haired student standing at the back. The fog had seemed to move unnaturally, as if something had devoured it. But that was impossible. No human possessed such an ability. After a few seconds, he dismissed the thought as a trick of his imagination. Straightening his posture, he put on a smug smile and decided to preserve his dignity. You should be grateful, Granui declared arrogantly. His voice echoed through the corridor. I've shown all of you a level of generosity far greater than you deserve. The statement was so shameless that even some of his own followers exchanged awkward glances. Tutor's eye twitched. That was enough. The blonde hero stepped forward. A dangerous aura surrounded him as he cracked his knuckles. The carefree smile he usually wore had disappeared. For once, he looked genuinely irritated. You've been looking down on us from the start. His voice was calm, but everyone could hear the challenge hidden beneath it. Granui raised an eyebrow. And? Tutor stopped directly in front of him. Let's settle this properly. The hallway instantly became quiet. A grin slowly spread across Granui's face. Now he was interested. Tutor pointed toward the academy's upcoming midterm examinations. Team event. The grin on Granui's face widened. Tutor continued. You and your team versus ours. And if we win? Granui asked. Tutor's smile turned predatory. The losing team runs around the academy completely naked. Silence. Then gasps erupted from every direction. Students nearly choked. Several nearby spectators immediately gathered closer. This had become far more entertaining than a simple hallway confrontation. Granui's eyes lit up. The opportunity was too tempting. In his mind, the outcome was already decided. He pictured Tutor, Sancho, PG, and whoever else joined them humiliating themselves before the entire academy. Without hesitation, he accepted. Deal. He turned away with a smug laugh. This is going to be fun. His followers followed behind him, already celebrating a victory that hadn't happened yet. None of them noticed the dangerous smile spreading across Tudor's and Sancho's faces. They had absolutely no intention of losing. Once the bullies finally disappeared, the tension in the corridor faded. PG immediately lowered his head. Guilt filled his expression. "I'm sorry." His voice was barely audible. Everyone looked at him. PG clenched his fists. "This happened because of me." The confrontation had started because Granui targeted him. Now his friends had become involved, and a ridiculous wager had been made. The thought weighed heavily on him. But Tudor simply laughed. "That's all you're worried about?" PG blinked. Tudor threw an arm around his shoulder. "Forget it." His grin returned. "If anything, I'm glad this happened." The blonde hero's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've wanted to knock that idiot off his pedestal for a long time." Sancho nodded in agreement. "Same." Despite their confidence, PG still looked uncertain. His shoulders slumped. "I'm only a low-rank expert." His voice cracked slightly. Compared to the others, he felt weak. A burden. Tudor immediately stopped walking. He placed both hands on PG's shoulders and looked him directly in the eyes. "Listen carefully." PG looked up. "You might not be the strongest." Tudor smiled. "But you're the smartest person in our group." PG froze. "Your observation skills are ridiculous. You remember everything. You notice things the rest of us miss." Tudor pointed confidently at him. "That's your strength." The words struck harder than any encouragement PG had received before. Slowly, his eyes began to brighten. As they continued walking, Tudor launched into a detailed explanation of his brilliant strategy. The midterm event required teams of 4 students. Naturally, he had already assigned everyone their roles. "Sancho and I will handle the front lines." Sancho nodded. "We'll smash everything that moves." "Exactly," Tudor replied. He then pointed toward PG. "You stay at the Spirit Tower." PG blinked. "The Spirit Tower? You're the strategist." Tudor sounded completely serious. "You'll coordinate the team and analyze enemy movements." PG felt oddly proud hearing that. Finally, Tudor pointed toward Vikir. "And Vikir," his grin widened. "Our secret weapon." Vikir looked up from his thoughts. "You're handling long-range support. The greatest archer in the academy." Tudor spread his arms dramatically. "With this lineup, we'll destroy Granui's team." Sancho nodded. PG nodded. Even their confidence began infecting the atmosphere around them. For the first time since the confrontation, excitement replaced frustration. PG clenched his fist. "I'm in." "That's the spirit," Tudor shouted. The group's morale reached its highest point. Then Vikir raised his hand. The others stopped. Actually, his calm voice instantly triggered everyone's survival instincts. Whenever Vikir spoke in that tone, something unexpected usually followed. "I already have a team." Silence. The world seemed to stop. The statement took several seconds to register. Then all 3 froze. "What?" Vikir looked genuinely confused by their reaction. "I already formed a team." His tone remained perfectly casual. "With someone else." Another painful silence followed. Tudor's smile cracked. PG looked like his soul had left his body. Sancho stared at Vikir as though he had just been betrayed by a lifelong friend. Vikir continued obliviously. "I made a promise." His expression became serious. And promises are important. The 3 boys felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Unfortunately, Vikir remained completely unaware of the emotional devastation he had just caused. In his mind, he was simply honoring an agreement. In their minds, he had abandoned the team before it even existed. As they stared at him in despair, the scene shifted toward the academy arena. The massive stadium buzzed with excitement. Thousands of students filled the seats. Cheers echoed throughout the enormous structure. The midterm team examination was finally about to begin. One team in particular attracted tremendous attention. The moment Dolores stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted. Applause thundered across the stadium. Students stood from their seats. Some waved banners. Others shouted her name. The Saintess. Dolores. The pride of the capital. As one of the academy's most beloved students, Dolores was nothing short of a celebrity. Yet she paid no attention to the praise. Dressed in combat armor rather than ceremonial robes, she stood quietly at the center of her team. Her eyes remained focused. Calm. Determined. The cheers faded into background noise. Her thoughts were elsewhere. The events at the orphanage had changed her. The timid girl who once doubted herself had begun to disappear. In her place stood someone stronger. Someone who had finally found a purpose worth fighting for. Above the arena, magical screens illuminated with glowing symbols. The rules of the examination appeared before everyone. The midterm defense test. Each team would be tasked with defending a designated objective while enduring multiple waves of enemies. The monsters were not real creatures but magically constructed earth golems generated through advanced holographic magic. Despite being artificial, they possessed realistic combat capabilities and could overwhelm unprepared teams. Victory depended on teamwork, strategy, endurance, and the ability to survive wave after wave of increasingly powerful enemies. As the first golems began rising from the arena floor, the excitement of the crowd reached a fever pitch. The midterm examination had officially begun. The arena thundered with excitement as the rules for the Academy's midterm examination were announced. This year's challenge was a large-scale defensive simulation. Students would form teams of 4 and defend a designated area against continuous waves of artificial monsters created through advanced hologram and earth element magic. Though the creatures were not real, the damage they inflicted was accurately calculated by the Academy's evaluation system. The test consisted of 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. To earn a perfect score, a team needed to survive all 60 minutes. Every participant was protected by a magical shield represented by a glowing blue emblem hovering above them. Whenever a monster landed a successful hit, the shield's durability would decrease. If any student's shield was completely depleted, that student would be eliminated, significantly affecting the team's final score. Performance was judged based on survival time, individual contributions, combat efficiency, and teamwork. When Dolores's team entered the field, the atmosphere immediately changed. The Saintess and her companions moved with the coordination of experienced veterans. Holy magic illuminated the battlefield while swords and spells carved through wave after wave of approaching monsters. The audience watched in astonishment as they continued advancing deeper into the challenge, effortlessly overcoming obstacles that had stopped previous teams. Minute after minute passed. The first round fell behind them. Then the second. Even the third round began to crumble beneath their relentless defense. By the time their shields finally failed, they had survived an incredible 58 minutes. Although they narrowly missed a perfect score, their result instantly became the highest record among all participating third-year students. The spectators erupted into applause. Back in the viewing stands, Pietro was furiously scribbling notes into a notebook, analyzing every detail of the match. Since the fourth years aren't participating this year, he explained while flipping through pages of calculations, Miss Dolores's team has essentially established the benchmark for the entire examination. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Most third-year teams can usually reach the third round. Second-year teams generally struggle to survive beyond the second. Realistically, if our group lasts 20 minutes, we'll already be ranked near the top of our year. Tutor folded his arms and snorted. 20 minutes? A competitive grin spread across his face. If we're going to crush Granui and wipe that arrogant look off his face, 20 minutes isn't enough. We need to make it at least halfway through the second round. Pietro blinked. Halfway through the second round? That's ambitious. Before the discussion could continue, a confident voice suddenly interrupted them. Oh, don't worry. The group turned. We'll get there. Walking toward them was Bianca. Her long hair swayed behind her as she approached with complete confidence, looking as though the outcome had already been decided. Without asking permission, she inserted herself directly into the conversation. As of today, she announced, I'm joining your team. The boys stared at her. Bianca casually rested a hand on her hip. You needed an archer, didn't you? She smiled confidently. Well, congratulations. You found the best one. Tutor's eye twitched. Bianca pointed toward the arena where the previous match had ended. You 3 focus on keeping the monsters away from me. I'll take care of eliminating everything that gets close. The confidence in her voice bordered on arrogance. You can thank me afterward. Sancho exchanged a glance with Pietro. Pietro looked uncertain. Tutor looked offended. The blonde hero stepped forward and crossed his arms. Hold on. Bianca raised an eyebrow. This is a team competition. Tutor pointed between the 4 of them. A team. Not some Princess Anne servants arrangement. His expression became deadly serious. My dignity is on the line here. If we lose, Granui expects us to run around the academy naked. That would be extremely problematic. Exactly, Tutor continued. So everyone needs to contribute equally. Bianca stared at him for several seconds. Then she rolled her eyes. Trust me. A smirk appeared on her face. I have absolutely no desire to see your naked body either. For a moment, complete silence fell over the group. My eyes would rot if I see your naked body. Bianca's sharp remark only poured fuel onto the fire. Tutor immediately shot back with an equally irritated response, and within seconds the two were arguing again. Neither seemed willing to surrender even the smallest point. Fortunately, Sancho stepped between them before things could escalate further. "Save that energy for the monsters," he said with a weary sigh. "The arena is over there. You're supposed to fight them, not each other." Both Tutor and Bianca clicked their tongues and turned away. The argument ended, but only technically. The hostility remained very much alive. Watching the scene unfold from the side, PG released a quiet sigh. At this rate, he doubted those two would ever become friends. As the others continued bickering, his gaze drifted upward toward the sky. One question continued bothering him. Why had Vikir refused to join their team? The answer appeared moments later. Elsewhere in the preparation area, Vikir stood before his chosen teammates with the composure of a commander addressing his personal troops. His arms were folded behind his back as he looked over the three young men standing in front of him. "I dislike unnecessary attention," Vikir said calmly. "So I need all of you to perform well enough that nobody notices me." The response came instantly. "We shall protect you with our lives, my lord." Three voices echoed together with military precision. Standing before him were the famous Baskerville triplets. Though nearly identical in appearance, their personalities were distinct enough that most people simply referred to them as the eldest, middle, and youngest brothers. The three youths looked as though they had just been entrusted with the most important mission in the world. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. This was their first official opportunity to serve directly under the person they admired most. Failure wasn't even a possibility in their minds. They intended to give everything they had. Back near Tutor's group, the boys finally learned who Vikir's teammates were. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The triplets. Tutor's jaw dropped. Seriously? Even Sancho looked surprised. PG stared blankly into space, struggling to process the information. Out of all the students in the academy, Vikir had chosen those three fanatics. Before anyone could recover from the shock, a familiar voice interrupted them. "So that's how it is." Granui de Leviathan approached with his usual arrogant swagger. His eyes moved between the assembled teams. "You abandoned that commoner, Vikir, and recruited Bianca Usher instead." A smug grin spread across his face. "Smart decision. It won't change the outcome, but at least you're thinking rationally." Tutor immediately frowned. Granui ignored him. Even after examining every competing team, his confidence remained completely intact. "It doesn't matter who joins whom," he declared. "First place still belongs to us." His grin widened as he motioned toward someone approaching from behind. At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. "Granui, you really shouldn't laugh like a villain." The boy's face immediately darkened. "It's Granui." He spun around in frustration. "How many times do I have to correct you?" Walking toward them was Sinclair. The moment she appeared, several students nearby began whispering. Her reputation within the academy was already considerable. Granui quickly straightened his posture, attempting to regain some dignity. "You should feel honored," he said arrogantly. "Being accepted into my team isn't something that happens every day." Sinclair blinked. Then she nodded politely. "I'll do my best, Grandrai." The vein on Granui's forehead twitched. "It is Granui. Oh, sorry, Granoi." The twitch became worse. Tutor nearly collapsed from laughter. Meanwhile, Sinclair remained completely unaware of the damage she was causing. Despite the constant assaults on his name, Granui managed to maintain his composure. Eventually. Barely. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, he pointed toward the arena. "Remember this moment." His voice carried across the waiting area. Team 69 will claim first place. Around them, the first-year midterm examination was finally beginning. Team 108 consisted of Vikir and the Baskerville triplets. Team 109 was formed by Tutor, Sancho, PG, and Bianca. Team 69 belonged to Granui and his companions, now strengthened by Sinclair's addition. Each team carried different ambitions into the competition. Tutor wanted to crush Granui's pride. Bianca wanted to prove her superiority. Granui wanted public glory. The triplets wanted to impress Vikir. As for Vikir himself, his goals were entirely different. The stadium erupted with deafening cheers as the examination grounds activated. At the center of the arena stood a massive defensive platform surrounded by a shimmering blue barrier. Magical runes illuminated the structure from top to bottom, bathing the battlefield in pale light. Students and spectators filled every seat. Excitement hung in the air. The competition was about to begin. While most participants focused on the challenge ahead, Vikir found himself strangely puzzled. Looking across the arena, he searched his memories from his previous life. Nothing surfaced. Not a single memory involving academy midterm examinations. Back then, such events had never been important enough to attract his attention. He had always assumed academy students simply demonstrated their combat abilities and received grades accordingly. Yet the scale of this examination suggested something far more elaborate. As the magical barriers rose and the audience roared in anticipation, Vikir quietly observed the battlefield. Whatever happened next would be completely new to him. And that made the upcoming test far more interesting than he had expected. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.